Hey there, story lovers. This is Magic Bloodline, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry was adopted by Augusta Longbottom at age 4 and raised as Neville's powerful twin brother? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1. The night Augusta said no. The owl arrived at 2:30 in the morning, which Augusta Longbottom considered deeply uncivilized. She was already awake, which was worse. Sleep had become a foreign country since the Aurors had come to her door 11 days ago with their careful faces and their careful words, and she had followed them to St. Mungo's and stood in a room that smelled of antiseptic and despair and looked at what remained of her son. Frank's hands had been folded on top of the blanket like a man resting, but there was nothing restful about his eyes. Alice had been the same. Were still the same. Would be the same tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Augusta sat in the armchair by the window with a cup of tea gone cold and didn't bother wiping her face. The owl rapped twice, realized the window was already cracked, and pushed through with the kind of self-important authority that suggested it had been trained by someone who expected immediate results. The letter was from Albus Dumbledore. She read it twice. Then she set it on the side table, stood up, and went to find her traveling cloak. Privet Drive was aggressively ordinary in the way that only very anxious people can achieve. Every hedge the same height. Every lawn the same shade of green. Every doorstep scrubbed to the same beige blankness. Augusta had been a formidable presence in the wizarding world for 40 years, but even she could appreciate, in a distant academic way, how thoroughly this street had committed to the idea that nothing interesting had ever happened here and nothing interesting ever would. There was a baby on number 4's doorstep. Not a bundle, not a package, a baby, wrapped in a blanket that had once been blue and was now the gray of something washed too many times, sitting in the November cold with a letter tucked under one arm and a lightning bolt cut into his forehead, still crusted at the edges with dried blood. Augusta stopped on the pavement. She looked at the child for a long moment. Then she looked up and found the tall figure she had expected, standing in the shadow of the oak tree on the corner with his half-moon spectacles catching the amber glow of the streetlight. "Augusta," Dumbledore said. His voice carried that particular register he used when he was being gentle about something he'd already decided. "Albus." She crossed the street at a pace that suggested she was not interested in being gentle about anything. "Pick him up." "I beg your pardon." "The child. He is sitting on a doorstep in November. Pick him up." She reached the step before him, bent, and lifted Harry Potter herself. He was heavier than he looked and didn't wake, which told her he was either deeply exhausted or unhealthy, and she pressed the back of her wrist to his forehead and found he was warm but not feverishly so. Small. He was very small for 15 months. Why is he here? The blood wards. I didn't ask about the wards. I asked why this child is on a doorstep. She turned to look at Dumbledore with an expression that had made ministry officials reconsider their positions on multiple occasions. His parents were murdered 4 days ago. The protection his mother's sacrifice created, will be here. She shifted the child against her shoulder. He made a small sound but didn't wake. Lily Potter was a remarkable witch. Her sacrifice was extraordinary. But he can still be cold, Albus. He can still be hungry. He can still be frightened in the dark. She paused. He is bleeding. The cut will not require, that is not the point. Her voice was very quiet. In Augusta Longbottom's experience, the quiet ones were always worse. Who lives here? Lily's sister. Petunia and her husband, Vernon Dursley. They are Muggles. Yes. Good people. There was a pause that was almost imperceptible. Almost. Augusta had spent a lifetime reading men like Dumbledore, brilliant, well-intentioned, so accustomed to the long view that they sometimes forgot the view from the ground. She had watched Frank learn to be an Auror under the war's worst years, and she knew what it looked like when someone weighed a cost they had already decided was acceptable. "They will keep him safe," Dumbledore said. "That is not an answer to the question I asked." "Augusta, I am taking him," she said. The silence on Privet Drive was so complete she could hear the child breathing against her neck. Then Dumbledore said, very carefully, the blood wards require family. Lily's blood, running in the veins of a relative who accepts him, Frank and Alice are not dead. Her voice did not waver. She was very proud of that. They are, not themselves. But their blood runs through Neville, and mine runs through Frank, and this child will have a better argument for family in my house than he will on this doorstep. You know that. The connection is not direct enough to power, then we will find another way to protect him. She was already walking back toward the end of the street where she had operated in. I am not leaving a 15-month-old on a doorstep, Albus. Not for blood wards. Not for the greater good. Not for anything you are about to say. She glanced back once. You may contest this through the Wisengamot if you feel strongly enough. I suspect you won't. She disapparated with Harry Potter tucked against her shoulder, and Dumbledore stood on the empty pavement for a long moment before he turned and walked away. Longbottom Manor stood at the edge of the Yorkshire moors in that way that old wizarding houses often did, not quite visible from the road, not quite invisible either, existing in the comfortable ambiguity of a place that knew exactly what it was. The gardens in November were all bare earth and skeletal hedges, and the lights in the upper windows threw long rectangles of gold across the frost-stiff grass. Neville was asleep upstairs. He'd been sleeping badly, the way very young children sometimes did when the adults around them were frightened, when the house held grief like water holds cold, pervasively, without effort. The house elf, Mipsy, had been leaving warm milk outside his door and pretending not to notice when the cups came back empty at 4 in the morning. Augusta carried Harry through the kitchen door, sat down at the long table under the hanging copper pots, and unwrapped him in the lamplight to see exactly what she had. He was 15 months old. He should have been round-cheeked and strong-limbed by now, toddling and getting into things. He wasn't precisely malnourished. Lily and James had clearly been attentive parents, but there was a thinness to him that suggested the last 4 days had not been kind, and the cut on his forehead needed cleaning. She cleaned it. He woke up halfway through and looked at her with eyes that were extraordinarily green and extraordinarily steady, and didn't cry. Just looked. You've had a very bad night, Augusta said, wringing out the cloth. The child reached up and grabbed 2 of her fingers. Augusta sat very still for a moment. Then she finished cleaning the cut, dried it, and when she reached for a small healing charm he leaned into her hand like a cat and closed his eyes. Well, she said, to no one in particular. All right, then. She put him to sleep in the guest room next to Neville's, in the old crib that had been Frank's, and sat in the chair by the door until she was certain he wouldn't wake frightened, and then she went back downstairs and sat at the kitchen table and allowed herself 3 minutes to feel the full impossible weight of what she had just done. Then she picked up a quill and started making a list. Legal channels. Ministry contacts. Adoption procedures. Which of the Wisengamot members owed her favors? What needed to happen before Dumbledore or anyone else could make a counterclaim? Mipsy appeared at her elbow with fresh tea and said nothing, which was one of the things Augusta had always valued most about Mipsy. She worked until dawn. By the time the first grey light came through the windows, she had a plan. In the morning, Neville found a baby in the next room. He stood in the doorway in his pajamas and stared. The baby stared back. Neville was 15 months old himself. They had been born within weeks of each other. Frank had always laughed about that, 2 Longbottom boys growing up together, and the concept of another small person in his house was evidently both thrilling and concerning. That, Augusta said, from behind him, is Harry. He is going to live with us. Neville pointed at the baby with great seriousness. The baby grabbed his finger. Neville's face went through several expressions in rapid succession and arrived at something that looked remarkably like delight. He grabbed, Neville announced. Yes, Augusta said. He did. Mine, Neville said, with the serene confidence of a 15-month-old who had just discovered property rights. Augusta picked up her cold tea. Close enough, she said. The adoption was not simple. Nothing Augusta Longbottom did was ever simple, because she refused to cut corners and the wizarding legal system had not been designed with speed in mind. Dumbledore came to the manor twice in the first month, once to argue, once to observe. The second visit, he sat in the drawing room and watched Harry and Neville stack blocks on the rug, and Harry laughed so hard at something Neville did that he accidentally transfigured the blocks into something resembling small loaves of bread, and Neville immediately tried to eat one. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time after that. "He's happy," he said, finally. "He is," Augusta agreed. She poured tea without looking at him. "Which is what I told you would happen. You could not have known, I knew he was 15 months old and sitting in the cold." She handed him the cup. "Some things don't require prophecy, Albus." He didn't contest the adoption. Augusta had expected he might, in the end, had prepared 3 different legal arguments and a fairly devastating letter to the Board of Governors, but he didn't. He came once a year after that, usually in summer, and sat in the garden and watched the boys run each other ragged through the hedges, and Augusta never entirely trusted the expression on his face during those visits. Calculation lived in it, somewhere under the warmth. She was aware of that. She filed it away. They grew up the way boys raised in old houses sometimes do, with the weight of the building's history pressing down, which could crush you or could make you feel, depending on the house and the child, like you were part of something worth being part of. Augusta was not a soft mother. She had not been soft with Frank, and she was not soft with Neville or Harry. She expected things of them. She expected effort and honesty and the willingness to be wrong, which she considered more important than any of the rest of it. She expected them to understand what the family had lost, and to understand it not as a wound but as a reason. "Your father was an Auror," she told Neville, when he was 4 and asking about the photographs in the hall. "He was one of the best. He faced things most men wouldn't face and he kept going." "What happened to him?" Neville asked. He already knew, in the vague way children know things that haven't been fully explained. "Mom and Dad are sick and they're at the hospital and we go on Sundays." "Evil happened to him," Augusta said. "Men who chose evil over decency happened to him." She crouched down to his level. "That is why we learn to be powerful, Neville. So that evil finds us harder to happen to." Harry, sitting on the stairs with his chin on his knees, said, "What happened to my mum and dad?" He was 4. He asked this question sometimes in the evening, not desperately, just, carefully, the way he approached most things, like he was walking across uncertain ground and checking each step. "The same evil," Augusta said. "You survived it. That means something." "What does it mean?" "I haven't decided yet," she said, which was both honest and, in retrospect, exactly the right answer for a 4-year-old. "But we'll figure it out together." Harry considered this. "Okay," he said, and went back to the game he and Neville had been playing with Neville's collection of toy dragons. By the time they were 7, Harry could produce a sustained Lumos without a wand. He hadn't been trying, they'd been in the manor's old library during a thunderstorm, the candles had blown out, and Harry had said "come on" under his breath in the way he said things when he was annoyed, and his hands had lit up like lamps. Neville had stared. Harry had stared at his hands. "Did you know you could do that?" Neville asked. "No," Harry said, and then very carefully tried to think it out again, and the light shifted and strengthened. "Ha!" Augusta was called. She came in, looked at her adopted son standing in the library with soft white light pooling around his fingers, and said, "Good. Now close it down before you tire yourself out." "Can Neville do it?" "Ask him." Neville tried for 20 minutes, very seriously, tongue between his teeth. He couldn't produce light, but he made every plant in the library reach toward his hands, which Augusta said was equally impressive and suggested he had his father's affinity for living things. After that, she started teaching them properly. She found a retired Auror named Oswald Tibbet who was 73 and had arthritis in both hands but still had the sharpest magical theory mind she had encountered outside of Dumbledore. Tibbet came 3 mornings a week and taught them theory, history, and the basics of magical control in ways that bore no resemblance to sitting in a classroom. He taught them how magic worked before he taught them how magic was done, and the difference mattered enormously. Most witches and wizards, Tibbet said one morning, sitting in the garden with both boys cross-legged in front of him, treat a wand like a hammer. Point it, say the words, hope for the best. He looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles, which made Harry think briefly of Dumbledore. What's wrong with that? You don't understand what you're doing, Harry said immediately. And if you don't understand what you're doing, you can't fix it when it goes wrong, Neville said. Tibbet nodded. Magic is intent shaped into reality. The words and the wand are scaffolding. They help. But the work is in here. He tapped his temple. You understand what you want to happen and you understand why it should happen, and the magic follows. The scaffold just helps you aim. This was not how Hogwarts taught it. Augusta knew that. She'd been through Hogwarts herself, had watched Frank go through it, had spent years on the board of governors arguing about curriculum. The school taught practical application before theoretical foundation, which was fast but produced witches and wizards who were very good at doing things they'd been shown and very fragile when faced with things they hadn't. Harry absorbed Tibbet's lessons with an intensity that was slightly alarming. He didn't just learn things, he followed them sideways, pushed them into corners, asked what would happen if you applied this principle to that situation until Tibbet was sometimes visibly surprised by the destination. Neville was different, steadier, more methodical, less interested in the theoretical edges and more interested in the practical center, in making the thing work reliably and well. They balanced each other in ways Augusta didn't think either of them fully realized. She also taught them herself. Every evening after dinner, she sat with them at the kitchen table and went through what they'd learned and made them explain it back to her, because the ability to teach something is the final proof of understanding it. She was strict about this. She accepted no vagueness, no hand-waving, no I know what it means I just can't explain it. If you couldn't explain it, you didn't know it yet. Go back and find out. Harry, to his credit, never sulked about this the way she'd half expected. He would get frustrated sometimes, he had a temper that arrived suddenly and departed quickly, like a summer storm, but he never quit. He would sit at the table until he could explain something properly, and when he finally got it he would look up with an expression of such pure satisfaction that Augusta sometimes had to look away. Neville never sulked either. Neville worked until he got things right and then he went on to the next thing, quiet and serious about it. He never expected to be brilliant, which meant he never stopped being surprised by how much he could actually do. The Hogwarts letters arrived when they were 11, on the same morning, carried by 2 owls who managed the unusual feat of arriving at exactly the same moment and sat on the windowsill regarding each other with professional suspicion. Harry picked his up, turned it over, and said, finally. Neville picked his up and held it like it was something important, which it was. Augusta stood at the kitchen window with her morning tea and said, well. Get packed, then. We have a great deal to do before September. The thing about growing up in Longbottom Manor, with Augusta and Tibbet and 7 years of being expected to be extraordinary, was that Harry arrived at Diagon Alley with no uncertainty about what he was. He was Harry Longbottom. He was going to Hogwarts. He could produce a sustained shield charm at 11, could transfigure small objects into other small objects with reasonable reliability, had memorized more magical theory than most 4th years, and could identify every type of dark curse in Tibbet's collection by the signature residue it left on a detector stone. He was also, and this was the thing most people didn't account for, deeply fond of his brother. Neville walked through Diagon Alley at Harry's left shoulder, pointing out things he thought were interesting and ignoring the stares. People stared. They'd stared for as long as Harry could remember, not always at him specifically, sometimes at both of them, sometimes at Neville because of who Frank Longbottom was and sometimes at Harry because the scar on his forehead was not subtle and certain people had very good memories about November 1981. Harry had stopped finding the stares interesting around age 8. Now he just looked back until people looked away. Ollivander's was small and dusty and smelled of cedar and something older, and the man who emerged from between the shelves was so pale he looked like something that had been preserved in a jar. "Ah," said Ollivander, and his eyes went to Harry's forehead before his manners could stop them. "Yes. I wondered when I'd see you." He moved closer, head tilted, the way a bird cocks its head to triangulate sound. "Which hand?" "Right," Harry said. "Hold it out." He tried 11 wands before he found it, holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, and the moment Harry's fingers closed around it the air in the shop seemed to change, not dramatically, not with any special effects, just a slight pressure shift, like the room had taken a breath. Harry felt it run up his arm and thought, "Yes, that's right," and set it down. "Curious," Ollivander said. "Very curious." "You always say that," Neville said. He had found his wand on the third try, cherry wood, 9 inches, unicorn hair, and was holding it with the same focused attention he brought to everything. "Do I?" Ollivander didn't look at Neville. He was still watching Harry. "The wand that gave you your scar, Mr. Longbottom, I know," Harry said. "Twin cores. You told someone once." "I've read about it." Ollivander blinked. "You've read about, I read a lot." He picked up the holly wand, turned it once, set it back in the box. "What does it mean?" "It means," Ollivander said slowly, "that your wand and the wand that did that to you will never work properly against each other." "That's not actually what priori incantatem means," Harry said, not rudely, just, precisely. "It means they'll be forced into a connection." "Which is different." The silence in Ollivander's lasted for 3 seconds. "Yes," Ollivander said, very quietly. "You're quite right. That is different." He rapped the wand. "I do hope you'll use it well." "I intend to," Harry said. They paid and walked back out into the summer noise of Diagon Alley, and Neville said, "You made him nervous. He was going to be ominous at me for 10 minutes. I shortened it." "You read about priori incantatem." "I read about a lot of things." "Harry." Neville was grinning. "You read about the spell that connects your wand to Voldemort's." "I read about everything that could be relevant." He pushed his hands into his pockets. "Augusta always says if someone wants to come for you, you should at least know the terrain." Neville's grin didn't fade, exactly, but it softened into something more serious. "She also says you should have allies." "I know." Harry looked along the street, at the color and noise and the tall face of Gringotts at the far end. "I'm working on it." Platform 9 3/4 was chaos of the particular kind that only happens when a large number of families are trying to do the same emotional thing simultaneously: the goodbyes, the last-minute check that you packed your textbooks, the tears some parents were trying to hide and not quite managing. Augusta stood on the platform in her best traveling robes and her eagle feather hat and said nothing for a moment, because she was Augusta Longbottom and she did not make speeches at train stations. Then she put both hands on Neville's shoulders and said, "You are a Longbottom. Your father was the best Auror I ever watched work. You are going to be more than you think you are, Neville, and when you doubt that I want you to remember that I never say things I don't mean." Neville swallowed. "I know, Gran." She moved to Harry, and there was a fraction of a second where something different moved across her face, not softer, exactly, but more complicated. Harry had come to her as a stranger's child and become her own so naturally that she sometimes struggled to find the place where the difference had been, and that bewildered her still, 7 years later. "Harry James Longbottom," she said. "Gran," he said. "Do not hex anyone unless they hex first." "I know. Do not blow up the potions classroom." "That was one time, it was an experiment. In my kitchen." She gave him a look that would have withered most people. Harry withstood it with the ease of long practice. "And do not let anyone make you small. You understand me? Not Albus Dumbledore, not whatever defense teacher they've imported this year, not any student who thinks having a name means having authority over you." She paused. You are already what you need to be. You just need to learn the rest of it. Harry looked at her for a moment with those green eyes that still, occasionally, stopped her cold. Then he stepped forward and hugged her, which she accepted with the brief, fierce grip of someone who had got better at this over 7 years and was never going to be entirely comfortable with it. "I'll write," he said. "You'll write every week or I'll owe your head of house." "I'll write every week." "Good." She stepped back. "Now get on the train before it leaves without you." They went. She watched them until they found a compartment and Harry leaned out the window and raised one hand, and she raised hers, and then the train began to move and she stood on the platform until it was gone and the smoke cleared and the echoes settled. Then she walked back through the barrier and went home to a very quiet house, and fed the owl, and sat in the kitchen, and for a little while she let herself feel the particular kind of pride that lives right next to grief and sometimes is indistinguishable from it. She had done what she could. They would do the rest. The Hogwarts Express moved north through countryside that shifted from August gold to something greener and wilder, and Harry sat by the window and watched it change while Neville read a book about magical herbology that he'd been reading since June and apparently found inexhaustible. The compartment door slid open at approximately the same moment Harry became aware that someone was standing in the corridor looking in. He turned. A girl with very large, very brown eyes and a great deal of very bushy hair looked at them with the expression of someone conducting an inventory. "Is this compartment full?" she asked. "No," Neville said, without looking up from his book. "Are you Neville Longbottom?" she said, sitting down with the purposeful efficiency of someone who had already decided what she was going to do. "Yes," Neville said. Her eyes moved to Harry, and then to the scar, and then, to her considerable credit, back to his eyes. "And you're Harry Longbottom," she said. "Augusta Longbottom adopted you. I read about it in a history of magical families of the 20th century." "I know she did," Harry said. "I was there." The girl blinked. Then she did something he hadn't expected. She laughed, short and surprised, like she'd been caught off guard by a calculation that came out differently than she'd planned. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "I've already memorized all my textbooks and I've been reading everything else I could find for the past year." "What level are you at?" "I was trying to determine whether the curriculum would be sufficient," Harry said. She looked at him sharply. "I was going to say engaging." "Were you?" Another pause. She was, he thought, very quick. She processed things at a rate that most people didn't, filed them, and came back with the next point before the previous one had fully landed. He could see her doing it, the same way he could sometimes see Augusta thinking, that particular quality of attention that meant someone was actually working rather than simply listening. "Yes," she said, firmly. "I was." "Are you going to be insufferable about being smart?" "Probably sometimes," he said honestly. "Are you?" She opened her mouth, closed it, and said, "Probably sometimes." Neville looked up from his book. He looked at Harry. He looked at the girl. He went back to his book with an expression that Harry recognized as Neville's version of satisfied, which was very slight but entirely genuine. "Hermione Granger," Harry said. "First-generation witch." "Muggle-born," she said, with the slight lift of her chin that meant she'd already heard some version of whatever she thought he was going to say. "Tibbet, he was our tutor. He always said the most dangerous witches were the ones who came to magic without assumptions." He looked at her. "The ones who'd been raised on magic treat it like gravity. Muggle-born sometimes treat it like a thing that can be understood," she said. And then, carefully, he said witches. He'd taught a lot of powerful witches. He said it wasn't a coincidence. Hermione looked at him for 3 more seconds, assessing, and then she seemed to make a decision and reached into her bag for a book. "Right," she said. "I was reading about transfiguration theory. Have you read Gamp's work on the exceptions? The actual text or the summary version?" "The actual text, obviously." "Then yes." He looked out the window and then back at her. "He's wrong about the third exception. He's she stopped. He's wrong. He's been cited in every major transfiguration text for, I know. He's still wrong. Look at the footnote on page 212 and then look at what Mopsus wrote in 1847 about, they talked for 6 hours. Neville read his book, occasionally interjecting with the calm certainty of someone who had spent his entire life in close proximity to Harry Longbottom and was entirely unrattled by the experience. By the time the castle came into view in the dark, enormous, impossible, blazing with light across the black water, all three of them were crowded on one side of the compartment with 3 different books open between them, arguing about something that had started as transfiguration theory and had somehow migrated to the nature of magical intent. And Harry had entirely forgotten to notice that it was the first time he'd ever seen Hogwarts. He noticed it now, though. The towers. The way the light hit the water. The sheer scale of it, pressing against the dark sky like something grown rather than built. Oh, Neville said quietly, from beside him. Yeah, Harry agreed. Hermione said nothing. She just looked, and the expression on her face was the one people get when they finally see something they have been imagining for a very long time and find, against all odds, that it is bigger than the imagining. The boats moved across the water. The castle reflected beneath them, trembling with every dip of the oars. Harry watched it come closer and thought about what Augusta had said on the platform, you are already what you need to be. You just need to learn the rest of it. He had always been good at learning. The entrance hall swallowed them. The stairs moved. The ceiling of the great hall looked like the sky had come inside, and Harry stood in the middle of it with first years pressing in on all sides and tipped his head back to look at it, and he thought, right. Here we go, then. Professor McGonagall appeared. She had the posture of someone who had been teaching for decades and had long since stopped being surprised by anything, and she looked over the assembled first years with the comprehensive scan of a person cataloging inventory. Her eyes found Harry. There was the briefest pause, not dramatic, not pointed, just a fraction of a second where something registered, and then she looked away and said, when I call your name, you will put on the sorting hat and sit on the stool. Harry waited. He was good at waiting. Augusta had made sure of that. Longbottom, Harry. He walked up through the silence. He was aware of it, the way conversations in the great hall died, the whispers tracking him like weather following a storm front. He sat on the stool and the hat came down over his eyes and everything went dark. Well, said a voice, there you are. Here I am, Harry agreed. I've been waiting to see how you'd come out. You were a Gryffindor from birth, I think, but that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is what she made of you. A pause. A Longbottom. They'll have to recalibrate. Can you just, yes, yes. The voice didn't sound offended, it sounded almost amused. Gryffindor, it said, loudly enough for the whole hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, set it on the stool, and walked to his seat, and he didn't hurry and he didn't perform and he didn't acknowledge the noise one way or the other, because Augusta had taught him that a person who needs applause is not yet sure enough of themselves, and Harry Longbottom was very sure of himself. Neville followed, Gryffindor, same hat, less preamble. Hermione followed Neville, Gryffindor, delivered with a decisiveness that suggested the hat had not deliberated long. And as the feast appeared and the noise of 1,000 students swelled to fill the impossible space of the great hall, Harry looked up at the staff table and found the high table, and found the defense against the dark arts professor, a pale, nervous-looking man who was stuttering something to the person next to him, and felt the scar on his forehead pulse, once, like a second heartbeat. He looked away. He made a note of it. He picked up his fork. Interesting, he thought. He ate dinner, and when Percy Weasley tried to explain the school rules he listened with the polite attention of someone who had already read them, and when the ghost nearly headless Nick came floating past he said, "Good evening," which seemed to surprise the ghost considerably, and when it was done and they were finally climbing the stairs to the dormitory, Neville fell into step beside him. "You felt it too?" Neville said. "Quiet. Not a question, exactly." "The professor," Harry said. At the feast. When he looked at you. Yeah. Harry looked at the stone ceiling above the moving staircase, at the portraits shifting and resettling in their frames. Something's wrong with him. You going to do something about it? Harry thought about this for exactly one step. Yes, he said. Eventually. Okay, Neville said. You're not going to ask what? You'll tell me when you know. Neville shrugged. You always do. They climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, and the fat lady swung open, and the common room was warm and red and smelled of wood smoke and old books, and Harry stood in the middle of it for a moment and thought about what kind of year this was going to be. A complicated one, probably. He had always been good at complicated. Chapter 2, The boy who arrived. The first thing Harry noticed about Hogwarts in the morning was that it was loud. Not unpleasantly, just comprehensively. Sound lived in the castle differently than it did in the manor, bouncing off stone floors and high ceilings and moving staircases, conversations running together until the whole building seemed to hum with its own particular frequency. He woke at 6, which was what he always did, and lay in the dark listening to it for a few minutes while Ron Weasley snored in the next bed and Seamus Finnegan muttered something incomprehensible into his pillow. Then he got up, dressed, and went down to the common room. Hermione was already there. She was in the armchair nearest the fire with a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 open on her knee and a second book balanced on the arm of the chair, and she looked up when he came down the stairs with the expression of someone who has been caught doing the thing everyone expected them to do and has decided not to be embarrassed about it. You're up early, she said. So are you. He sat down on the hearth rug, which was warm, and looked at the fire. What are you reviewing? Charm theory. She turned a page with more force than strictly necessary. I already know all of it. I just needed to do something. I couldn't sleep. She paused. Are you always this calm or is it performance? Both, Harry said honestly. Mostly habit. She considered this. The fire popped. Augusta Longbottom trained you. She taught us, yes. And Oswald Tibbet. I know who Tibbet is. He wrote Principles of Magical Intent in 1982. She paused again. It's not taught at Hogwarts. I know. Augusta thinks the curriculum underestimates students. Does she? Hermione closed her book with the air of someone who has just found a subject considerably more interesting than the one they were reading about. What does she think they're missing? Foundation before application. Most students learn the spell first and the theory second, if at all. Which works, but if something goes wrong you've got no framework to understand why or how to fix it. He stretched his legs out toward the fire. It's like learning to drive a car without knowing what an engine does. You're fine until something breaks. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's a very accurate critique, she said, and then, as though the admission cost her something, I'd already noticed it in my textbooks. Everything is very practical. Very result-oriented. Very light on first principles. Yes. So you came in with advantages most students won't have. Yes, Harry said, without apology. So did you, actually. Different ones. She looked at him. Me? I don't have any formal magical training at all. You came in without the assumption that spells are magic. You had to understand them as procedures. Learnable things with underlying logic. That's an advantage. He looked back at the fire. Tibbet always said assumptions are expensive. Hermione was quiet for long enough that he wondered if he'd said something wrong. Then she said, Your tutor sounds like an interesting person. He's 73 and has arthritis and the shortest temper of anyone I've ever met. He threw a textbook at me once for insisting Flamel's equations were derivable from first principles. Were they? Yes. I showed him the derivation. A pause. He didn't throw anything after that. She laughed, the same short, surprised laugh from the train, the one that sounded like a calculation coming out unexpectedly. Harry decided he liked that laugh. It was a real one. The common room filled up slowly after that. By 7:30 the fire was surrounded, and by 8 they were all moving toward the great hall for breakfast, and Harry discovered that Hogwarts mornings had a texture to them, the particular density of a few hundred students all moving in the same direction, all carrying the same complicated mixture of excitement and anxiety that first weeks produce. He ate breakfast and watched people. He had always been good at that. Neville sat beside him working through 2 pieces of toast with the focused attention he brought to everything, occasionally reaching past Harry for the jam. Percy Weasley was lecturing someone at the end of the table. The twins, Fred and George, he'd gathered the previous night, were doing something with a pepper shaker that would probably end with someone's pumpkin juice being inedible. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, a pale blonde boy was watching him. Harry had noticed him in the entrance hall the night before, during the sorting, had clocked the posture and the particular kind of stare that was designed to suggest superiority but was actually checking whether you flinched. Harry had not flinched. The blonde boy had moved on. He was still watching now, though. Calculating. Draco Malfoy, Hermione said quietly, without looking up from her schedule. I know. His father is on the board of governors. The family is significant. In certain circles. I know. Harry picked up his orange juice. He's been watching me since last night. He's probably trying to determine how to approach you. Hermione did look up now, briefly. You're Harry Potter, Harry Longbottom, and you're not what he expected. He had a script for dealing with you and it doesn't quite fit. Harry looked across the hall. Malfoy met his gaze directly this time, which was at least honest. Then Malfoy said something to the boy on his left, wide, solid, not particularly bright-looking, and went back to his breakfast. He'll come to me, Harry said. Probably. Hermione went back to her schedule. The question is when and what he wants. I know what he wants. Harry set down his glass. He wants to know where I stand. Whether I'm someone he can work with or someone he should work against. And which is it? Harry thought about this with genuine consideration, the way he thought about most things. I don't know yet, he said. I don't know enough about him. He picked up his schedule. Defense against the dark arts is 3rd period. I noticed. Hermione's voice was carefully neutral. Quirrell, Harry said. Professor Quirrell. You felt it too. Last night, at the feast. Yes. What was it? Harry pressed 2 fingers to the scar on his forehead, which was not hurting, had not hurt once since last night, which was interesting, and said, I don't know yet. But you have a theory. I always have a theory. He stood up, collecting his bag. Come on. Transfigurations first. McGonagall's classroom smelled of chalk and possibility, and McGonagall herself was already at the front when they arrived, standing beside her desk with her arms folded in the way that suggested she'd been there for some time and had opinions about students who arrived only marginally early. She turned a cat into a desk. Harry watched her do it, tracking the wand movement and the timing, feeling the shift in the air as the transfiguration completed, the particular way ambient magic resettled itself afterward, like water settling after a stone. Transfiguration, she said, is the most complex and dangerous branch of magic you will study at Hogwarts. Anyone found messing around in my class will leave and not return. She looked around the room. Her eyes paused on Harry for exactly the same fraction of a second as they had during the sorting, and moved on. We'll begin with matches. The goal is to turn them into needles. The movement is, Mr. Longbottom. Harry looked up. Not you, McGonagall said, without inflection. The other Mr. Longbottom. She looked at Neville, who sat up slightly straighter. Tell me the foundational principle of transfiguration. Neville said, without hesitation, intent shapes the change. The wand movement creates the channel. The verbal component anchors the specific form. A pause. But the intent has to be specific, you can't just want something to be different, you have to know exactly what you want it to be. McGonagall was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. That, she said, is correct. Another pause. Where did you learn that? Our tutor taught us. Oswald Tibbet, Harry said. McGonagall looked at him now, really looked, and he looked back with the patience of someone who had been looked at by Augusta Longbottom for 11 years and found the experience entirely manageable. Yes, she said, finally. Well. Let's see if the theory holds up to practical application. Neville turned his match into a needle on the second attempt. Harry turned his into a needle on the first, and then spent the rest of the class quietly working on whether he could turn it back into a match. The book didn't cover reversal at this level, but Tibbet had always said that if you understand forward, you should be able to do backward, and had managed it twice before McGonagall swept past and looked at what he was doing. She said nothing for a moment. The match should be indistinguishable from the original, Harry said. I'm not quite there yet on the grain of the wood. She stopped. She picked up the match. She examined it. You're performing unsupported reversal on a first-week transfiguration. It's a match, Harry said. It's not very complicated. She set the match down very carefully. Stay after class, she said. He did. She interrogated him for 20 minutes about his background, his training, his theoretical foundation, asked him 3 increasingly difficult questions about transfiguration principles, listened to his answers, and then said, you will need to be careful. Of what? Of the gap between what you know and what others know. It creates friction. She was looking at him with an expression that was difficult to read. Your abilities are genuine. But there is a difference between being capable and being perceived as showing off, and that difference matters in ways you may not anticipate. I'm not showing off, Harry said. I was curious. I know. She studied him. That's what I mean. You'll need to learn the distinction between what you find interesting and what the situation calls for. She paused. You are your father's son, Mr. Longbottom. The silence stretched. Harry thought of the photographs in the hall at the manor, Frank Longbottom in Auror robes, looking seriously at the camera, looking like someone who understood exactly what he was doing. Thank you, he said. She nodded, once, brisk and final. Off you go. Potions was Severus Snape, which Harry had been briefed on. Augusta had been direct about it, he was a Death Eater. He changed sides before the end. He is complicated. He is also an exceptional potions master, and if you survive his class you will know potions. She'd paused. He did not like your father, Harry. James Potter. He will not like you, because you look like him. He will attempt to make things difficult. What should I do? Be impeccable. Augusta didn't blink. Give him nothing to use. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom with the air of someone who had been waiting years for this particular moment and had prepared extensively. He looked over the class with slowly moving dark eyes, and then he said, Longbottom. Harry Longbottom. Professor, Harry said. Famous already. The word landed with precision. Do you know what separates a brewing witch or wizard from a potions master? The difference between following a recipe and understanding chemistry, Harry said. Snape's eyes narrowed. Just slightly. Elaborate. A recipe tells you what to do. If you only know the recipe, you can reproduce it, but you don't know why it works. Which means if something goes wrong, you don't know how to fix it, and you don't know how to adapt it. Potions is applied chemistry, magical chemistry. If you understand what each ingredient does and why, you can diagnose problems and modify in ways someone who just knows the steps can't. The room was very quiet. And where, Snape said, his voice careful and dangerous the way a sheathed blade is dangerous, did you come by that understanding? Oswald Tibbet taught us theory. The rest of it I worked out from reading. Harry held Snape's gaze with the ease of someone who had nothing to apologize for. Bezoar is a universal antidote because it works on multiple different toxin mechanisms simultaneously. The reason monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant is relevant to its use in the wolfsbane potion, which is a different mechanism than aconite's use as a poison. The same compound in different preparation produces almost opposite effects. Almost, Snape said. The mechanism differs by pH of the preparation, Harry said. In an acidic solution, the alkaloids bind differently. Another silence. Hermione, 2 seats to his left, was watching this exchange with the expression of someone watching a tennis match between 2 players she hadn't expected to be evenly matched. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, with the studied reluctance of someone paying a debt they resent. For the first time in my memory. Don't expect it to become a habit. He turned away. Everyone open to page 5. We begin with theory before we touch a single ingredient. Neville leaned slightly toward Harry and said, at a volume only Harry could hear, "He hates you." "Yes," Harry murmured back, reaching for his textbook. "You made it worse." "No." Harry turned to page 5. "I made it honest. He hated me before I said a word. At least now he knows I know what I'm doing." Neville considered this. "Augusta's going to be pleased you got points off Snape." "Don't tell her," Harry said. "She'll raise the bar." Defense against the dark arts was third period, and Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled of garlic. It was a significant amount of garlic. The first few students through the door physically flinched, and even Harry, who had trained himself out of most visible reactions, blinked once. Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom in his purple turban, wringing his hands, and there was something about the sight of him that Harry's mind tried to organize and couldn't quite. The scar had been quiet all day. It pulsed now, not painfully, just with the particular awareness of something present in the room. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts," Quirrell said, with his stutter that seemed to come and go with no consistent pattern. "I am Professor Quirrell. You are first years, and we will begin with theory." He was frightened. Harry could see it in the way a person who has learned to read people can see things that others filter out, the tension in his hands, the way he scanned the room too quickly, the sweat at his temple. But frightened of what was the question, because there was a difference between a nervous person and a frightened one, and Quirrell was frightened in the specific way of someone who is performing normalcy while something else is present. Harry sat in the middle row, which gave him a clear view of the classroom and of Quirrell both, and he spent most of the lesson watching the professor with the same calm, comprehensive attention he gave to anything he needed to understand. There was something wrong with Quirrell. Not wrong in a he is incompetent way, he actually knew his subject, or had known it once, the material was sound when he stopped stuttering through it long enough to actually deliver it. Wrong in a deeper way. Wrong in the way of a room that has 2 people in it when you were expecting one. After class, Hermione fell into step with him in the corridor. "You were watching him the entire lesson," she said. "I know. What did you see?" Harry glanced around. The corridor was full of students, everyone moving in different directions, noise providing its own privacy. "Something's wrong with him. I don't know what yet." He shifted his bag. "The garlic isn't superstition. He's scared of something." "Vampires?" Hermione said, very practically. "No." Harry thought about the pulsing of his scar. He didn't mention that part. "Something else. Are you going to tell someone?" "Who?" he said. "What would I say? The defense professor is scared and I have a feeling." "You could tell Dumbledore." "I could." He walked for a moment. "But I don't know enough yet." "And Dumbledore," he paused. "Augusta trusts him to a point. Past that point she watches him very carefully." Hermione looked at him. "Should I ask what point that is?" "The point where what Dumbledore thinks is best and what's actually best diverge," Harry said. "She says it happens with very intelligent people who've been making large decisions for a very long time. They start to trust their own judgment more than the situation deserves. That's a very sophisticated critique for someone you're also apparently willing to rely on. You can trust someone's abilities and respect their intelligence and still watch them. Harry looked at her. It's not a contradiction. She was quiet. Then, what are we going to do about Quirrell? Harry noted the "we" and appreciated it. Watch, he said. And learn more about what's in this school worth being scared of. He thought of the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had explicitly told them not to go near. I suspect the answer is on the third floor. You're not going there. I'm not going tonight, Harry said, which was not exactly a no, and they both knew it. The business with Draco Malfoy happened on Thursday. Harry had been waiting for it, and the waiting had been interesting, watching Malfoy recalibrate across the week, revising his approach. The boy was not stupid. Harry had assessed that in the first 10 minutes at school, Malfoy was intelligent, well-prepared, and operating from a playbook that had probably been passed down through Malfoy generations for long enough that it had calcified into something more like instinct than strategy. The problem was that the playbook had been written for a specific type of opponent, and Harry wasn't it. It happened in the corridor outside the library. Harry was alone, which was unusual. Neville was at herbology and Hermione was in the library proper, and Malfoy appeared with his two large companions with the air of someone who had timed this. Longbottom, Malfoy said. He said it with a kind of ownership that Harry recognized as a test. Malfoy, Harry said, and didn't slow down. We should talk. Malfoy fell into step alongside him, which took some confidence. The two large friends arranged themselves slightly behind and to the sides, which was meant to convey something. About how things work here. Things work the same way everywhere, Harry said. Power, information, and alliance. You want to know which I am to you? Malfoy blinked. He'd been preparing a speech, Harry could tell, and the speech had just become redundant. Bluntly put, he said. I find it saves time. Harry stopped. He turned to look at Malfoy with the full, undivided attention that Augusta had spent years teaching him, not aggressive, not dismissive, just completely present, which was often more disconcerting than either. What are you offering? I beg your pardon. You came to me. You have something to offer. Harry put his hands in his pockets. Status, probably. Introduction to certain families. Protection from social friction. In return for what? Alignment? Endorsement? Information about what I can do? The color in Malfoy's face did an interesting thing. You are, he stopped. Do you always do this? Only when someone's trying to play me. He said it without heat. I'm not insulted by it. You don't know me. It's sensible to approach carefully. He looked at Malfoy for a moment. Here's what I'll give you for free. I'm not interested in your social hierarchy or your family alliances. I'm going to do what I'm going to do here regardless of where it lands me politically. You can work with that or around it, your choice. But if you come at me with manipulation first, we're not going to get along. Malfoy stared at him. Your father, Harry said, is on the board of governors. He has opinions about the wizarding world and about families like mine and about blood purity. I know this. I'm telling you I don't care about any of that, which probably doesn't line up with what you've been told about me. He met Malfoy's gray eyes directly. What you've been told about me might be wrong. A long silence. Malfoy's two companions were completely still, caught between their cue and the fact that their cue never happened. You're not what I expected, Malfoy said, finally. Almost no one is. Harry picked up walking again. Think about what you actually want. Then come back and ask for it properly. He left Malfoy standing in the corridor and walked to the library, and when Hermione looked up from her table and clocked his expression she said, Malfoy? Malfoy, Harry confirmed, sitting down. How did it go? He'll think about it, Harry said. He's smart enough to see an opportunity, which means he's also smart enough to see a threat. He pulled out a piece of parchment. I want to look at what we know about the third floor. And I want to look at anything you can find about what Quirrell was doing before he came to Hogwarts. Hermione's eyebrows went up. You want me to research the professor? I want us to research the professor, Harry said. Yes. She looked at him for a moment. Then she reached for a book. Fine, she said. But I'm not doing anything illegal. I haven't asked you to do anything illegal. Yet. Yet, Harry agreed, and she made a noise that was not quite a laugh and was not quite a sigh, and they both got to work. Saturday brought flying lessons, which Harry had been looking forward to. Augusta had taught him to fly. Not properly, not with a broom at 11, that wasn't done, but she'd put him on a training broom in the back garden at 7 and again at 9 and again at 10, and she'd stood on the ground with her arms folded and told him everything he was doing wrong in the specific, useful way she told people things. He was good at it. He was good at most things that required spatial reasoning and the ability to anticipate, and flying was both of those. Neville was not good at flying. This was one of the few areas where Neville's quiet work ethic had not yet overcome a genuine physical nervousness. Heights did something to him that made everything else he'd learned harder to access. Harry was beside him at the start of the lesson, and when Madame Hooch set up and everyone's broom leaped to their hand, Neville's leaped to his hand too, and Neville held it with the particular grip of someone who is not going to show weakness. You're fine, Harry said quietly. I know, Neville said, and then, I know, again, more firmly, like he was arguing with something inside himself. Neville went up. He stayed up. He was not graceful about it, but graceful wasn't the point was that he did not fall and he did not quit, and when Madame Hooch said down he came down in a controlled descent that was objectively fine. He was pale when he landed but he was grinning. Harry went up, and then kept going because he wanted to, rising to about 60 feet before Madame Hooch shouted at him to come back down, and he came back down in a shallow dive that pulled up precisely on time because Augusta had always said if you were going to do a thing, do it properly. Neville said, when he landed, show off. Yes, Harry agreed, pleasantly. The incident with Neville's remembrall happened after that. Malfoy snatched it out of the air before Neville could retrieve it, with the particular expression of someone who has finally found terrain they know how to navigate, and Harry watched this from 15 feet away and measured the distance. He flew across it before Madame Hooch could intervene, coming up alongside Malfoy at the same altitude, and he didn't draw his wand and he didn't threaten and he just said, very quietly, so only Malfoy could hear, give it back. Malfoy looked at him. The calculation was brief, Harry could see it, and then he held out the remembrall with an expression of elaborate unconcern. Just looking at it, he said. Harry said. He took it, turned his broom back toward the ground. Malfoy flew alongside him for a moment. You didn't need to come up here, he said. He could have asked for it himself. He was about to, Harry said. I was faster. He glanced at Malfoy. It's got nothing to do with him not being capable. It's got to do with me seeing something that needed doing and doing it. He landed. He gave the remembrall back to Neville, who received it with the expression of someone who was aware a scene had almost happened and was grateful it hadn't become one. I had it, Neville said. I know, Harry said. I was just faster. Neville looked at him for a moment, and Harry could see him deciding whether to be annoyed, and then deciding not to be, because he knew Harry and he knew that Harry had not done it to rescue him. He'd done it because he was already closer. Right, Neville said. Next time, slower. Deal, Harry said. That evening, McGonagall found Harry in the corridor outside the library and told him that Oliver would wanted him for the Quidditch team. Harry went to the meeting, listened to Wood explain the seeker position with evangelical intensity, and said, I'll do it. But I'm not in it for the cup. Wood blinked. What? I mean, I'll play. I want to play. I'm good at it. But that's why I want to play. Not for the cup. Wood processed this for a moment. As long as you're playing, I don't care what's in your head, he said, with the pragmatism of a Quidditch captain. Fair enough, Harry said. He went back to the common room and found Neville and Hermione at the same table they'd claimed on Monday and which had, over the course of a week, quietly become theirs in the way that these things happen in shared spaces. "Quidditch team," he said, sitting down. "I know," Neville said. McGonagall had a very pleased expression when she came out of the meeting with Wood. "She's probably the one who suggested it." Harry picked up his charms text. "She wants to win the cup." "You don't?" Neville said. "I want to play. The cup is incidental." He opened to his page. "I found something in the library about Quirrell's career before Hogwarts." Both of them looked up. "He was doing fieldwork in Eastern Europe 2 years ago. He came back, different. That's the official record." He paused. "What I want to know is what he found." Hermione put her quill down. "Harry. I know. If something is actually wrong with the defense professor, then it's going to come to a head eventually." He looked at her steadily. "Either we know about it, or we don't. I'd rather know." The fire crackled. Outside the window, the grounds were dark, and the castle hummed around them with its particular nighttime frequency. "All right," Hermione said, after a moment. "But we're careful about it." "We're always careful," Harry said. Neville looked up from his herbology notes. "Are we?" he said, with the gentle skepticism of someone who has spent 11 years watching Harry Longbottom be careful in ways that looked extremely incautious from the outside. "We're always careful on purpose," Harry amended. Neville went back to his notes. "That's more accurate," he said. Chapter 3, What They Don't Teach in Class. October arrived in Hogwarts the way it always did, with color first, the grounds going amber and gold while the lake went steel gray and the mountains turned into something out of a painting. The castle felt it too, in the way old stone buildings feel weather before it arrives, a shift in the quality of the air, the fires in the common rooms going from pleasant to necessary. Harry spent October paying attention to everything. This was not unusual behavior for him. He had always been a comprehensive noticer. Augusta had trained it in him early, had made it a game when he was small and then a habit when he was old enough for it to become one. "Tell me 5 things about the room we just left," she would say, and he would, and then she would add the 2 he'd missed, and eventually he stopped missing things. What he was noticing in October was this: Quirrell was getting worse. The jumpiness that had been merely strange in September had become something more textured. There were days when it settled, when the man walked into his classroom and taught with something approaching steadiness, and then there were days when it was bad, when he sweated through his turban and couldn't keep his hands still, and something about the air around him felt crowded. And the scar pulsed, on the bad days. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. Harry said nothing about this to Dumbledore. He was not ready to say anything to Dumbledore. He kept it filed. He did, however, take Hermione to the restricted section. Not without permission. Hermione had very firmly established that she would not participate in anything that required breaking a rule without a reason commensurate with the rule being broken, and Harry had very firmly established that he agreed, which surprised her until she understood that his version of commensurate reason was simply broader than hers. McGonagall signed the pass. She hadn't asked why. She'd looked at him when he asked, seemed to reach a conclusion about whether the reason would satisfy her if she heard it, and signed it. Harry respected her for that. The restricted section was dark and it smelled of old paper and something faintly unpleasant that Hermione identified as a preservation charm designed for paper, which smelled like old preservation charms. They found what they were looking for in the 3rd row, A History of Dark Object Concealment, published 1843, which contained a section on magical guardian constructs that had been used by various dark practitioners to protect things they wanted kept secure. "A dog," Hermione said. She had her nose 3 inches from the page and her voice was the specific register she used when she was processing information faster than she was speaking. "A 3-headed dog. There are historical records of them as guardians going back to the Greek tradition, obviously, and there are wizarding adaptations. The incantation structure here suggests the animal is magically enhanced, not naturally occurring. What's it guarding?" Harry said. That's not in this book. She turned a page. But the enchantments required to confine one would be substantial. It would need to be sleeping, or distracted, which means whoever set this up also set up a containment system. She paused. And whatever's below it must be worth very significant protection. The stone, Harry said. What? The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel. He had been reading around the edges of this for 3 weeks, not directly, because he didn't know what question to ask directly, but the shape of it had been assembling in his peripheral vision. Flamel's the only one who's made it work consistently. If Dumbledore wanted to keep it safe and he wanted to keep it here, that's an enormous leap, Harry. Is it? He looked at her. What else would require a mountain troll at Gringotts as standard security and a 3-headed dog at Hogwarts? What's valuable enough to warrant all of this? Hermione was quiet. She was doing the thing she did when she was processing a chain of reasoning and following it somewhere she hadn't expected. The stone creates the elixir of life, she said slowly. Unlimited life. And Flamel's, very old. He must have been making it for centuries. If someone wanted, not just someone, Harry said. Someone who needed it specifically. Someone who'd lost their body and needed to come back. The restricted section was very quiet. Voldemort, Hermione said, in the same voice she might use to say 2 + 2 = 4, factual, careful, undecorated. I think so, Harry said. I think he's not gone. I think he's, somewhere. And I think someone in this school is trying to help him get to the stone. Quirrell, Hermione said. Quirrell, Harry agreed. She closed the book and held it on her lap and said, this is exceptionally dangerous. Yes. We should tell Dumbledore. We should tell Dumbledore, Harry agreed. Eventually. After I know more. He looked at her. Right now all we have is a theory built on secondary sources and a feeling I have about my professor. That's not enough. It might be enough for Dumbledore. It might be, he said. And Dumbledore might decide that the best solution is to move the stone, or to remove Quirrell, and then whatever's using Quirrell finds another way in. I'd rather know the whole shape of it before we move. He held her gaze. I know you think that's reckless. I think it's calculated risk, she said, which was not the same thing and they both knew it. I also think you're right that a partial solution might be worse than no solution. She stood, smoothing her robes. But I want it on record that if this goes badly, I said we should go to Dumbledore. Noted, Harry said. Officially. She looked at him. You're infuriating sometimes. Augusta says the same thing. He stood too, returning the book to its shelf. She considers it a feature. The troll happened on Halloween. The feast was extraordinary, Harry gave it that. The pumpkins alone were an engineering achievement and the enchanted bats were a nice touch. He was eating and listening to Neville explain at some length about a particularly interesting mandrake variation he'd read about when Percy Weasley stood up very suddenly and said something about a troll, and Harry looked at the door to the Great Hall and found that Professor Quirrell had appeared in it, looking grey. Troll, Quirrell announced, in a voice that was trying to be panicked and managed mostly to be controlled. In the dungeons, thought you should know. He fainted. This was, Harry thought, the most theatrical thing he'd done all term. The noise in the hall became very loud. McGonagall was on her feet immediately, and all the professors were moving, and Harry was already scanning the room for the thing that wasn't here, the thing that was wrong about this picture, and he found it, Hermione. She's not here, he said to Neville. Neville was already looking. Library, he said. She was upset after Charms. Ron Weasley said something unkind, Harry said. He'd heard it. He hadn't intervened because Hermione had walked away before he could, and she'd made it clear she was fine, and he'd believed her, which was a mistake in retrospect because fine was doing a lot of work in that sentence. He was moving toward the door. Come on. The prefects are supposed to, she doesn't know about the troll. He was out the door, Neville right behind him. She's in the library or she's in the girls' bathroom because that's where she goes when she wants to cry without anyone seeing her. How do you know that? I pay attention. He moved through the corridor, which was full of students being herded in different directions by prefects. Library first. Library was empty. They tried the girls' bathroom on the second floor, which required Neville to shout Hermione's name through the door while Harry stood in the corridor and listened to the castle, and then both of them heard the thing that was wrong, a sound like a very large thing moving somewhere it shouldn't be. Harry turned. The troll was at the end of the corridor. It was 12 feet of grey skin and bad smell and absolutely no capacity for strategic thinking, which was both good and deeply alarming given its size. It had a club the size of a small tree. Neville said, "Oh." The troll looked at them. Harry drew his wand. "Hermione," he called, not taking his eyes off the troll. "If you're in there, stay in there and stay low." A muffled sound from behind the bathroom door confirmed she was inside. The troll, drawn by the noise, turned toward the door. Harry stepped sideways, deliberately, and said, "Hey," at a volume designed to carry, and the troll turned back. "Strategy?" Neville said. His voice was even. His wand was out. "It's not very smart," Harry said. "Distract it, get it off balance, end it fast." He glanced at Neville. "I'll take the left. You take the legs. Leglock or curse? Trip Jinx is faster for something this size. It only needs to fall once." Harry moved left, Neville moved right, and the troll, faced with two targets in different directions, hesitated in the way that things without complex brains hesitate, its small eyes moving back and forth. Harry hit it with a stinging hex first, hard and fast, directly to the face. Not because it would seriously hurt the troll but because the face was where the eyes were and the eyes were sensitive and it would react, and reaction was what he needed. The troll roared and swung its club in Harry's general direction, which meant it was facing left, which meant Neville had a clear angle on its legs. Neville's Trip Jinx hit both ankles simultaneously, which was excellent wand work for anyone, let alone an 11-year-old, and the troll went down like a building coming apart, slowly, then all at once, the club flying free and cracking the stone floor 6 feet from where Harry stood. The troll was not out, though. It was on its hands and knees and already pushing up, and Harry crossed the distance at a run and got on top of it, which was, he would later admit, exactly as inadvisable as it sounded, and shoved his wand up one of the troll's enormous nostrils and cast Stupefy at full strength. The troll went flat. The corridor was silent. Harry climbed off the troll. His hands were shaking slightly, he noted that without particular concern, because adrenaline did that and it meant his body was working correctly. He looked at Neville, who was pale but steady. "Good Jinx," Harry said. "Both ankles simultaneously," Neville said. "I didn't know I could do that." "You've been practicing Trip Jinxes since August." "Not on 12-foot trolls." Neville stared at the enormous unconscious shape on the floor. "We probably should have waited for a professor. We didn't have time." Harry went to the bathroom door. "Hermione. It's done, you can come out." The door opened. Hermione stood in the doorway and looked at the troll and then at Harry and Neville and then at the troll again, and her face went through several things very quickly. "That's a mountain troll," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "You knocked it out." "Neville tripped it, I stunned it," Harry said, with the precision of someone who wanted credit distributed correctly. "You're 11 years old," Hermione said, with the precision of someone who needed to say that out loud in order to continue processing. "Also yes," Harry said. She looked at the troll for another second. Then she looked at them. "I was going to try to handle it myself," she said, with the honesty of someone who has decided that pretending is not available to her right now. "I had a plan. It wasn't a very good plan." "Your plans are usually better than mine," Neville said. "This is an exception." "I know." She straightened her robes. "Thank you." A pause. Both of you. It was convenient that you were in there, Neville said, with the kind of extremely straight face that Harry recognized as Neville's version of a joke. Hermione made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a hiccup. Then the professors arrived, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and the corridor went from quiet to very loud very quickly, and Harry stepped back and let it happen and watched Quirrell while the others were watching the troll. Quirrell was watching the troll too. But there was something in his expression that wasn't relief. It was frustration, quickly smoothed over, and then the performance of relief. The troll had been meant to go somewhere it hadn't gone. Harry filed that. McGonagall took 15 points each from Gryffindor and then gave them back when Hermione explained, with the composed desperation of someone making the best of a bad situation, that she had been looking for the troll and the boys had come to help her. Harry said nothing to correct this account. Hermione gave him a look afterward that contained a full paragraph of "I know what I just did and I'm not sure how I feel about it." "You didn't have to," Harry said, when they were walking back to Gryffindor Tower. "I didn't want us to lose points," she said. "And technically I was looking for the troll in the sense that I was wondering where it was." "That's a very creative interpretation." "I think we've established that creative interpretation is sometimes necessary." She glanced at him. "You're not going to tell me it was unnecessary? What you did?" "No," Harry said. "It wasn't." "Thank you," she said again. Quieter this time. "You'd have done it for us," Neville said, from Harry's other side. She looked at him. Then she looked at Harry. "Yes," she said. "I would have." And that, Harry thought, was that. November brought two things, Quidditch and the creeping certainty that someone had tried to get through the trapdoor. Wood had been drilling the Gryffindor team since October, which meant Harry spent 3 evenings a week in the cold air above the pitch, which he did not resent because he was genuinely, thoroughly good at flying and it was one of the few things he did entirely for the pleasure of it. Neville came to practice sometimes and sat in the stands reading, which Harry appreciated. Hermione came once, watched for 20 minutes with the focused expression of someone trying to understand the rules by observation rather than being told them, asked Harry 3-pointed questions at breakfast the next morning, and then seemed satisfied that she had adequately processed Quidditch. The match against Slytherin was in November, grey and cold and smelling of frost. Harry came out onto the pitch with the Gryffindor team and felt the crowd as a kind of pressure, 200 voices producing something that wasn't sound so much as atmosphere, and he thought, right, then. He found the snitch in 14 minutes. He would have found it faster, but he took a detour to ensure his read on Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, a 5th year who was quick but predictable, was accurate, and it was. When the snitch broke from the near goalpost and went up, Harry had already anticipated it by 3 seconds, which meant he was there before Higgs had properly started moving. The dive was clean and straight and he pulled up with the snitch in his closed fist and the crowd erupted, and Wood nearly flew into him in his excitement and Harry held up the snitch and felt, simply, good, not triumphant, not performing triumph, just the clean satisfaction of having done something well. Afterward, in the corridor, his broom nearly knocked him off his feet. Not literally. He was walking back to the changing rooms and there was a moment, a surge of something wrong, like the broom was trying to unseat him against his will, and he looked down and it resolved into the ordinary wood and twigs of his Nimbus 2000 and he thought, that was not normal. He said nothing about it that evening. He went to the common room and sat with Neville and Hermione and watched the celebration around them with one part of his attention while the other part turned the incident over and looked at it from different angles. Hermione appeared beside him. "You're doing the thinking face," she said. "What thinking face?" "The one where your eyes go slightly unfocused and you're not actually here." He looked at her. "My broom did something strange during the match." She was immediately still. "Strange how?" "Like someone had cast something on it." He paused. "Someone with a direct line of sight to the pitch." "But you didn't fall," she said. "No." He turned his wand over in his fingers. "I want you to check something. During the match, did you see anyone in the stands who wasn't watching the game?" She was quiet for a moment. Snape, she said. He had his eyes on you the whole time. I noticed because I was watching the crowd. Another pause. And he was, muttering. I thought he was commenting. But he wasn't moving his lips the way you do when you're commenting. Counter curse, Harry said. Someone was cursing your broom, Hermione said, and Snape was breaking it. Yes. That's very interesting, she said slowly. It is, Harry agreed. It means Snape knew about the curse. Or suspected. Either he set it up himself and was playing both sides, or he was trying to protect you, Neville said, from the armchair behind them, which they had not known he was occupying. He had looked up from his book at some point in the conversation, apparently. He might not like you. Doesn't mean he wants you dead. Harry looked at his brother. You've been listening. I'm always listening, Neville said, with the mild contentment of someone who has always found listening more useful than talking. You have the counter-curse conversation without me fairly regularly. Fair. Harry looked at the fire. So, Quirrell is trying to get to the stone. Quirrell, or whoever is using Quirrell. Someone cursed my broom during the match, possibly to remove me as a variable. Snape broke the curse, possibly because he's protecting me, possibly for other reasons. He turned this over. The question is whether Snape knows about Quirrell. Or whether Snape is the other threat, Hermione said. I don't think so, Harry said. Why not? Because Quirrell's the one with something wrong inside him. He pressed his fingers to his scar, briefly. And Snape isn't. Neither of them asked about the scar. They'd noticed he touched it sometimes, he could see that they'd noticed, and they hadn't asked, which he appreciated, and he knew that eventually he would have to explain it. Not tonight, though. We need to know what's in the other chambers, he said. Below the trapdoor. We know about the dog. There's more below that. How do you know there's more? Hermione said. Because a three-headed dog is a deterrent. It's a first line. No one puts all their protection in the first room. He looked at her. Can you find out what enchantments are active on the third-floor corridor? Not the dog itself, the additional charms. The type of protections would tell us what other teachers put wards in. I can try, Hermione said. The charm signatures should be detectable if you know what you're looking for. Good. He stretched and looked toward the dormitory stairs. I'm going to go owl Augusta. What are you going to tell her? Neville said. Everything, Harry said. She'd be furious if I waited. He stood. Also she'll know things we don't. Neville went back to his book. She always does, he said, which was simply true. The Mirror of Erist was on the 4th floor in a disused classroom, which Harry found on the 2nd of December by following a route that the map, or rather, the castle's geography, which he'd been systematically memorizing since September, suggested should be empty. He hadn't been looking for it. He'd been looking for a quiet place to practice a charms exercise that required sustained focus and a fair amount of space, and had opened a door on what appeared to be an empty room, and there it was. It was extraordinary. He could feel it from the doorway, the particular weight of old magic, layered and dense the way very old enchantments get, and the mirror's surface was not reflecting the room. It was reflecting something else. He stood in the doorway for a moment, which was the habit of anyone who has been taught that new magical objects deserve assessment before approach, and then he walked in. He stopped in front of it. The image in the mirror was not what he expected. He had expected, in the way that he sometimes imagined things before they happened, that he might see his birth parents, James and Lily Potter, the photographs Augusta had found for him, the people he'd thought about with a care and a distance that he'd never quite been able to close. He had expected that, and he had prepared himself for the feeling it would produce, and he'd thought he was ready for it. What the mirror showed him was Augusta. And Neville. And him, or a version of him, and the three of them were in the Manor's kitchen, which was where the best things had always happened, at the long table under the copper pots, and Augusta was laughing. He had seen Augusta laugh before, but the version of her in the mirror was laughing in a way he almost never saw, not in private, not when it was just them, not even then, and Neville was doing something ridiculous that was probably involving a plant, and the him in the mirror looked as though he was entirely, completely home. He stood there for a long moment. Then he reached up and touched the frame of the mirror, and said, "I know what you are." Not to anyone, just, aloud, because he thought best aloud. "You show what the person watching wants most." He paused. "I didn't think I wanted anything I don't have." The image shifted slightly. The kitchen became a slightly larger version of itself, and there were two more people at the table, blurry, unclear, suggested rather than shown, a man with untidy dark hair and a woman with red hair and green eyes. Not central. Not the focus. Just, present. Part of it. "Oh," Harry said, very quietly. He stood there for another minute. Then he stepped back, deliberately. "I'm not going to keep coming back," he told the mirror, which of course said nothing. "I know that's what you're for. I know what you do to people." He'd read about it in the same history of magical objects text that had covered the three-headed dog. "It's not real. The version of it that's real, I've got." He looked at the image once more, Augusta laughing, Neville ridiculous, the suggestion of the others at the edge, and then he turned around and walked to the door. Dumbledore was standing in the corridor. Harry stopped. He met the old man's eyes, which were blue and extraordinarily sharp and had that particular quality of watching without seeming to, the same quality Augusta had, the same quality Tibbet had had, the quality of someone who is always measuring. "Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry didn't step back into the doorway. He stood in the corridor and looked at the headmaster with exactly the same equilibrium he brought to everything. "It's a remarkable object." "It is." Dumbledore looked past him at the mirror, and something moved in his expression. "What did you see?" "The same thing I have," Harry said. "More of it." He paused. "What do you see?" Dumbledore looked at him. The pause was brief, a man making a decision, Harry thought, about how honest to be. "Something I lost a long time ago," he said, finally. "I'm sorry," Harry said. And he meant it. Dumbledore looked at him differently after that, slightly, a recalibration of the same kind Malfoy had made, but different in character, less calculating and more wondering. "You came in and came out again," he said. "Most people can't leave." "I know what it does," Harry said. "And I have things I actually want to get back to." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Do you know what it says?" "Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi." Harry said it from memory. He'd read it backward against the inscription when he found it. "It shows not your face but your heart's desire." He looked at the old man. "You put it here." "I did." "Is it protecting something?" A pause. "Or testing something?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Why would you ask that?" "Because it's in a room that anyone could find it in, and it was very easy to find." "And you're here." Harry kept his voice even. "You knew I was in there." "I did," Dumbledore said, which was at least honest. "Is this a test?" "Everything at Hogwarts teaches us something," Dumbledore said, with the careful obliqueness of someone who hasn't decided how much to say. "That's not an answer," Harry said, also not unkindly. Dumbledore looked at him. And then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a real smile, not the performance of warmth that Harry had always clocked in their other interactions, something more genuine and rather surprised. "No," he said. "It isn't." He stepped aside from the corridor. "It would be best if you didn't share this room's location with other students." "I wasn't planning to," Harry said. "And if you find yourself drawn back, I won't be," Harry said. Not defensively. Just, certain. "I have things to do." He walked down the corridor and Dumbledore watched him go, and Harry thought about the image in the mirror, Augusta laughing, Neville and his ridiculous plant, the suggested shapes of two people who were gone, and he thought, I know what I'm doing this for, and I haven't forgotten, and that's enough. Christmas found Neville going home to the manor and Harry staying at Hogwarts. This was a deliberate arrangement, they discussed it, because Harry wanted the castle largely to himself for 2 weeks, and Neville wanted to see Augusta and visit the herbology greenhouses, and both of these things were best accomplished separately. Augusta had expressed opinions about this plan in her last letter that were detailed and pointed, and Harry had written back a very long letter explaining his reasoning, and her reply had been 2 lines, fine. Don't do anything you can't explain when you get home. He intended to stick to this in the spirit, if not the letter. Ron Weasley stayed too, which turned out to be unexpectedly useful. Ron was easy company, direct, unpretentious, constitutionally unable to be boring, and Harry found that an hour or 2 of chess in the evening was a pleasant way to end a day of research, and Ron's commentary on wizarding chess was genuinely entertaining. You're thinking 3 moves ahead, Ron said one evening, studying the board. 4, Harry said. You're not supposed to say that. Why not? Ron moved a pawn. Because it's rude. I'm telling you the truth, Harry said. I'm thinking 4 moves ahead. You should factor that in. He moved his knight. There. Ron stared at the board. You're going to take my queen in 4 moves. 3, Harry said. I miscounted. You're infuriating at chess. People keep saying things like that to me, Harry said, thoughtfully. I wonder what it means. Ron looked at him, decided he was joking, and laughed, and moved his bishop into a position that was genuinely good and that Harry hadn't seen coming, which was pleasing. He spent the Christmas days in the library and the corridors and, once, in a very careful exploration of the 3rd-floor corridor, not the trapdoor room, but the rooms adjacent to it, where the secondary enchantments were laid. He could feel them without touching them, Sprout's work first, something organic and complex. McGonagall's transfiguration, which felt like her, clean and precise and thoroughly thought out. Flitwick's charms, layered with the particular delicacy that Flitwick brought to everything. Snape's work, which felt different from the rest, not worse, not better, but denser, the kind of magic that requires you to know exactly what you're doing at every step. And through the trapdoor, the dog. And below the dog, the things he couldn't see but could estimate. He went back to the common room and wrote everything down, and then wrote a letter to Augusta that said, I need to know about Nicholas Flamel. Her reply arrived on Christmas morning, between the gift, a book he'd asked for, and a shorter gift, a letter that said, yes, I suspected as much. The stone is Flamel's. If it's at Hogwarts, Dumbledore moved it from Gringotts. The Dark Lord's connection to it is documented in the restricted archives at the Ministry. I will tell you what I can. Be careful. This is not a game. He sat with that letter for a while. He already knew it wasn't a game. He'd known it from the moment his scar first pulsed in Quirrell's classroom. But Augusta's saying it made it more real in a specific way, the way her voice always had. She was not given to hyperbole and she was not given to melodrama, and when she said be careful, she meant it precisely. I know, he wrote back. I'm being careful. But if no one does this, who does? She didn't reply to that letter until he was back at school after the holidays, and the reply was, I did the same thing at your age, in different circumstances. You are more prepared than I was. I hate that that is true. He read that, and thought about it, and folded it away. Chapter 4, The 3rd-floor corridor. January moved like January does in Scotland, grey and cold and unapologetic about it. The castle was warm in its bones but the windows showed nothing but sky the color of old pewter, and the lake had gone the particular still dark of deep water in winter. Harry worked. It was not the frantic working of someone racing against a deadline they can see. It was the methodical working of someone who has identified a problem, assessed its scale, and decided to dismantle it layer by layer. He was thorough. He was, as Tibbet had always required, honest about what he didn't know yet and disciplined about the difference between what he believed and what he could demonstrate. What he knew, the Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts. It was protected by a series of enchantments placed by multiple professors. Quirrell was trying to reach it, either independently or in service of someone else. His scar told him, with the particular clarity of something that operates below language, that the something else was Voldemort. Snape knew something about the situation, possibly everything, possibly only that Quirrell was not what he seemed. What he didn't know, the exact nature of each protective enchantment below the trapdoor. Quirrell's progress. How much time they had. He addressed these gaps in order. The enchantments he worked out through Hermione, who proved to have a truly exceptional memory for magical signatures and who spent 3 weeks cross-referencing what she detected in the corridor with everything in the library on protective charms. Her notes were extraordinarily organized and entirely impenetrable to anyone but herself until she sat down and walked you through them, at which point they became a remarkably detailed map of exactly what they were dealing with. "Devil's Snare," she said one evening in late January, reading from her notes at their table. "Sprout's work, it responds to light and warmth, so it's theoretically simple to defeat if you're not panicking." Then something on a locked door, probably multiple locks with different mechanisms. "Flitwick," Harry said. "Almost certainly." After that, she turned a page. "Something large moving. I couldn't identify it from the signature alone." "Flying keys," Harry guessed. "McGonagall's is the chess. Snape's is, probably potions. He's got a talent for that kind of thing." "A logic puzzle using potions," Hermione said. "That's elegant, actually. Very Snape." He looked at the notes. "And then the mirror." "You think the mirror is there," Hermione said. It wasn't a question. She knew about the mirror, he'd told her after Christmas, all of it, including what he'd seen and what he'd said to Dumbledore afterward. She'd listened with her whole attention and then she'd said that's very interesting in the particular tone she used when she found something unexpected about a person she thought she'd adequately categorized. "Dumbledore told me the stone was hidden inside it," Harry said. "Not directly, he said the mirror would be moved. But he said it, which means he was comfortable with me knowing. Which means he might be expecting me to go there eventually." He paused. "He leaves things where I can find them." "You think he's guiding you," Hermione said. "I think he's testing us," Harry corrected. "He set this up and he made some of it findable. He wants to see," he stopped. "He wants to see what we'll do." That's a very cynical interpretation. It's consistent with what Augusta says about him. He turned his wand over. "He's not malicious. I don't think he's malicious. But he's, long view. He thinks many moves ahead and sometimes that means the people on the board don't always know their pieces." Hermione was quiet. "Neville," from behind his herbology text, "you sound like you're describing chess." "Augusta described it to me with chess," Harry said. "What's the counter?" Hermione asked. "If he's playing pieces, you refuse the assigned role." Harry looked at the fire. "You move in a direction he doesn't expect and you make sure that when he re-evaluates, you're an actor in the story rather than a piece on the board." He paused. "I've been thinking about going to him. Before Quirrell makes his move. Tell him you know." Hermione said. "Tell him I know and tell him that I'm going to handle it if he doesn't." He looked at her. "Not threatening, informing. There's a difference." "He's the headmaster," Hermione said, very carefully. "And he put a 12-year-old on a chessboard," Harry said, with genuine equanimity. "Both things are true." She looked at him for a long moment. "Then, let me do the potions puzzle research," she said. "So we know the solution before we need it." She picked up her quill. "Just in case. Snape found him in February. Not the other way around, which Harry had always expected would be the direction. He was in the corridor outside the potions classroom after hours. He'd been helping Ron with an essay on antidotes and the classroom had the reference books he needed, and Snape appeared from the direction of the dungeons wearing the expression of a man who has been following someone and is not going to admit it. Longbottom, he said. Professor. Harry tucked the book under his arm. I was using the reference materials. I am aware. Snape looked at him with those dark eyes that Harry had got moderately accustomed to, the way they always seemed to be looking for something, the way they always found it and then looked for something else. Walk with me. This was not a request. Harry walked. They went through the dungeon corridor in silence for about 30 paces, which Harry allowed because silence was often productive in situations like this. Then Snape said, without looking at him, "You are not as careful as you think you are." Probably, Harry said. What have I missed? Your surveillance of Quirrell's movements is not unobserved. Harry processed this. By Quirrell? By others. Snape's jaw tightened. You are drawing attention to a situation that would benefit from going unattended. Unattended until what? Harry said. Until he gets through. A pause. They turned a corner, went up a staircase that Harry didn't usually use, came out onto the first floor. Snape's robes moved like weather. You know what's below the trapdoor, Harry said. That is not, and you know what Quirrell is. He watched Snape's profile. Or what's in Quirrell? He paused. You're not going to tell me I'm wrong, which means I'm right. Snape stopped walking. He turned and looked at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read, but that Harry, who had been reading people since he was old enough to make it useful, thought contained several things: anger, which was habitual, something that was not quite worry, something that was definitely not going to be labeled out loud. You are 11 years old, Snape said. You keep saying that. Everyone keeps saying it because it is relevant. It's relevant to what I can physically do, Harry said. It's less relevant to whether I'm capable of understanding a situation. He looked at his professor steadily. You were protecting me at the Quidditch match. Counter curse. Why? Snape's expression went very still. You noticed that. Hermione noticed it. I confirmed the interpretation. A beat. Was it Quirrell who cursed my broom? It was not the time to allow additional complications, Snape said, which was not a denial, and they both knew it. Harry looked at him. What do you want me to do? Snape said, nothing. Stay out of it. Let the adults, with respect, Harry said, and he meant it, the adults have had since September. Quirrell hasn't been stopped. He's getting closer. He paused. I don't want to be dramatic about this. I just want to understand what the plan is, so I know whether I need to make a different one. There is a plan, Snape said, through what appeared to be a moderate amount of personal difficulty. Dumbledore is aware. I know Dumbledore is aware, Harry said. Dumbledore is always aware. The question is whether Dumbledore's plan accounts for the possibility of Quirrell moving when Dumbledore is not present. He met Snape's eyes. The letter was a decoy, wasn't it? When this happens, someone will call Dumbledore away. Snape's expression changed, just slightly. That's the play, Harry said. Get Dumbledore out of the school. Move on the stone while the protections are, guarded only by what's there. He paused. So if Quirrell's master sends an urgent communication to Dumbledore, stop, Snape said, and his voice was very quiet and very controlled. Stop. And listen. You are not equipped, tell me something I don't know, Harry said. Tell me what I'm wrong about, specifically, and I'll factor it in. But if you're going to tell me to stop thinking about this because I'm 11, you're wasting both our time. Another pause. This one was longer. The dog can be sent to sleep with music, Snape said, finally, like the words cost him. That is the first obstacle. I know, Harry said. What are the other chambers? Snape told him. Not everything. His expression suggested he was calculating what to give and what to withhold, and Harry appreciated the calculation because it meant he was being treated as someone whose tactical picture mattered. What he gave: Devil's Snare, keys, chess, trolls, potions. The structure of the challenge. Harry listened and built the map in his head as Snape talked, slotting the new information into the places where he had gaps and filling in details. "The potions puzzle," he said, when Snape paused. "My work," Snape said, with the crisp ownership of someone who considers it their best. "Which bottle?" "The smallest one forward," Snape said. "To advance. The round bottle at the right to return. And Quirrell knows this. He will attempt to work it out." Snape looked at him. "It is not straightforward." "I'll have it in 2 minutes," Harry said. "If I get there." Snape looked at him with an expression that had several things in it. "If," he said. "I'd rather not have to." Harry shifted the book under his arm. "If the adult's plan works, I won't. But I want to be prepared for the case where it doesn't." He looked at Snape steadily. "I'm not going because I want to. I'm going because if no one else gets there first, someone has to." A pause. "Do you understand that?" Snape was quiet for a long moment. He looked like he was thinking about something that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with Harry, which was a quality of that silence that Harry had noticed in other people when they were thinking about someone else and seeing someone else in front of them. "Your mother," Snape said, had the same approach to problems she considered non-optional. Harry had not expected that. He said nothing. "She was also usually right about which problems were non-optional," Snape said, which made it considerably more annoying. He turned and walked back down the corridor. "I did not have this conversation with you." "I know," Harry said. Snape paused without turning. "You will carry a bezoar." "I already do," Harry said. Another pause. Then Snape walked away, and Harry stood in the corridor for a moment and thought about a woman with red hair that he had never known and the fact that apparently she had been someone worth knowing, and then he went back to find Ron and finish the essay. March. The crisis, when it came on a Thursday. Harry had been expecting something since February, had been monitoring the pattern of Quirrell's behavior with the patient attention of someone who understands that signals matter and that the shape of someone's urgency changes as they approach a decision. Quirrell's urgency had been changing. The bad days had become more frequent. The days when he came to class with his turban slightly different, slightly weighted, had become almost every day. He was ready. What he hadn't anticipated was that it would be Hermione who brought the news, arriving at their table at dinner on a Thursday evening with an expression that meant she had done something she wasn't going to apologize for. "Quirrell's moving," she said. Harry put down his fork. "I overheard him in the corridor near the library," she said. "He wasn't talking to anyone I could see. He was saying, he said tonight. He said it will be done tonight." "Was Dumbledore here at dinner?" Harry said. "He left," Neville said, from across the table. "He'd been watching the staff table. McGonagall got an owl and then she went to speak to Dumbledore and then Dumbledore left." "Decoy," Harry said. A beat of silence. "We're going," Hermione said. Harry looked at her. "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to," she said, with the perfect firmness of someone who has already made the decision and is not interested in being given an out. "I'm going. The potions puzzle, I've worked it out. I know which bottle." "So do I," Harry said. "Snape told me." She blinked. "Then, you talked to Snape?" "He found me in February." Harry was already standing, collecting his bag. "I'll explain later. For now, we go through the trapdoor, through the chambers, and we get to the stone before Quirrell does." "And then?" Neville said. He was standing too. "And then we figure out the last part." He looked at his brother. "The stone isn't what I'm worried about. It's what's in Quirrell." He paused. "Neville, I'm coming," Neville said, with the unargued certainty of someone who has already heard the speech about staying behind and is declining to sit through it. "I know," Harry said. "I was going to say the chess room is probably where we separate. Someone has to be able to bring Hermione back if it goes wrong." Neville looked at him. And who brings you back? I'll be fine, Harry said. That's not an answer, Neville said, with the same precision that Harry usually used on him, and Harry recognized it and let it sit. I'll be fine, he said again, because I know what I'm doing and I've been prepared for this since January. He looked at both of them. I need you both to trust me right now. Not because I'm always right. Because I've thought about this more than anyone else has. Another silence. We trust you, Hermione said, which was the kind of sentence that meant something very specific when it came from Hermione. We're still both coming. Right, Harry said. Let's go, then. The corridor on the third floor was empty when they arrived, which was either good or meant Quirrell was already ahead of them. Harry put his hand on the locked door and felt the enchantment, active, intact, and said, he hasn't been through here yet. How do you know? Hermione said. The seals would be disturbed. They're not. He opened the door with a spell Snape hadn't exactly taught him and had absolutely not told him about, which he'd worked out from first principles over 2 weeks in January. The dog was asleep, which meant something had been here recently enough to put it to sleep. Harry crossed the room carefully, watching the enormous three-headed body rise and fall, and found the trapdoor and the long drop below it. Feet first, Harry said. The vines will catch you. The vines were Devil's snare and they didn't catch them so much as immediately begin crushing them, and Hermione said stay calm, it reacts to struggle and Harry said yes, I know, and produced a burst of warm light from his wand that made the vines recoil with a very unpleasant sound, and they dropped the rest of the way to the floor. The keys were in a room full of keys, which was exactly as obvious as it sounded and as difficult as it wasn't, because Harry looked at the pattern of motion, the way the keys moved, the currents they created, the way the oldest moving ones were the ones that had been used most recently, and went directly to the right one without browsing. He caught it in a clean arc, unlocked the door. The chess room was where Harry had always expected to be the turning point. It was an enormous chessboard, stone pieces the size of horses, and the enchantment required that they play their way across it. Harry assessed it in the time it took to cross the threshold, looked at the position of the pieces, and said to Neville, take the knight. I'll take the bishop. To Hermione, you're a rook. Stay back and to the left, you don't move unless I tell you to. I can play chess, Hermione said. I know you can. We need to get across in 5 moves. He was already moving to the bishop's position. Trust me. She went to the rook. She looked at the board. He saw the moment she understood the line he was seeing, the slight shift in her expression, the compression of her lips that meant she'd followed the chain and was impressed and was not going to say so. 5 moves, she said. 4, actually, Harry said. I was being modest. Neville made a sound that was not quite a laugh as he took the knight's position. You're never modest, he said. I contain multitudes, Harry said, and moved the bishop. 4 moves. Not without cost, Neville's knight took a hit from an opposing rook that sent Neville skidding across the floor and required Harry to take his eyes off the board for a critical half-second to confirm Neville was bruised but not seriously hurt, but 4 moves, and the White King yielded, and the door at the far end of the room ground open. Neville was sitting up, rubbing his arm. Go, he said. I'll be here. Hermione stays with you, Harry said. I will absolutely not stay with, you know the potion solution, Harry said. I also know it. I don't need you past this point and if Neville needs help, Neville is fine, Neville said. Neville is bruised and the chess pieces are still active and someone should be back here who can think clearly, Harry said. He looked at Hermione directly. I need you to stay. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds. You come back, Hermione said. You come back through that door in one piece or I'm coming after you. I know, he said. That's why I need you here rather than behind me. She looked at him with those large, very serious eyes and said, be careful. Always, he said, which they both knew wasn't entirely accurate but meant the right thing. He went through the door. The troll was already unconscious, which meant Quirrell had been through and was ahead of him. He kept moving. The potions room was lit with black flames at the exit and purple flames at the entrance, and 7 bottles stood on a table and Quirrell had not solved it yet because the flames were still active, which meant Quirrell was still in this room. But the room was empty. Harry looked at the bottles. He found the smallest one in 3 seconds, logic, not magic. Snape had written it as a logic puzzle, which meant the solution was derivable from the pattern of the bottle's positions and the label's relative ages and the faint color differences that indicated recent disturbance. He took it. He drank it. The cold hit his chest like swallowing winter, and he walked through the black fire and came out on the other side into the last room, and Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste with his back to Harry. "You're not the one I expected," Quirrell said, without turning. "I know," Harry said. "You expected Dumbledore to be the first to notice." He came further into the room. "What does the mirror show you?" "Power." Quirrell turned now, and Harry saw his face. The stuttering, nervous mask was gone, had been set aside, and what was there instead was something colder and more controlled. "What does it show you?" "Nothing useful," Harry said. "Which means I don't want something I don't have." He kept his eyes on Quirrell. "You can't get the stone from the mirror. It doesn't work that way." "I am aware," Quirrell said, with the clipped precision of someone running out of patience. "I am also aware that you've been watching me since September, which is impressive for a first year, and I am aware that you have been working out the chamber sequence for months." "You are," he tilted his head. "You are not what was planned for." "No," Harry agreed. "He wants to speak to you," Quirrell said. And the quality of his voice changed, became something else, something with more layers in it, something that made Harry's scar flare from a pulse into a burn. "He has wanted to since you came." Harry squared up. "Now, boy," said the voice from Quirrell's turban. Chapter 5, What Voldemort didn't plan for. Harry had known, in the abstract, that the moment would come. He had prepared for it the way he prepared for most things, methodically, honestly, without inflation or false bravado. He had sat with the knowledge that whatever was in Quirrell was Voldemort, had thought about what that meant, had run through scenarios in his head the way Tibbet had taught him to run through magical problems. What are the variables, what are the constraints, what changes if this or that goes differently? The abstract and the concrete were different things. Standing 10 feet from Quirrell while the turban unwound was not abstract. The air in the room had changed, the particular heaviness that Harry associated with dark magic, the thing his scar had been telling him about since September, and he breathed it in and breathed it out and did not move. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was not what anyone would call human anymore. It had the suggestion of features, eyes, mouth, the structure that had once been a face, but worked in something thin and cold, like frost on a window that has shaped itself into a pattern. It looked at Harry with red eyes that had no iris, just red on red, and the expression on it was not what Harry had expected. It was interested. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "Longbottom," Harry said. "Harry Longbottom." The red eyes moved across him. "Names are irrelevant. You are the boy from the prophecy." "I am the boy Augusta Longbottom raised," Harry said. "The prophecy can sort itself out." He didn't look away from those eyes. His scar was burning, not badly, not incapacitating, just the steady burn of sustained proximity to something that was doing it on purpose, and he breathed into it and out. "You want the stone." "I want a great deal of things," Voldemort said. "The stone is merely the most immediate." A pause. "Look in the mirror." Harry didn't look at the mirror. "I said look, I heard you," Harry said. "I'm deciding whether to." He paused. "You want the stone to come to me, rather than to Quirrell, because you think I want something inside it. Power. Resurrection. Something." He kept his voice even. "But I told you, the mirror shows me what I already have." He met the red eyes. "Which means you have nothing to offer me." "I could offer you your parents." Harry was quiet for a moment. This was not, he recognized, an argument about the stone. It was something older and more specific, the particular pressure that could only be applied to a specific wound, and Voldemort had done it with precision, which told Harry he'd been thought about. "My parents are dead," Harry said. "You killed them. Offering to return what you destroyed is not generosity, it's manipulation." He paused. "It's also technically impossible with the stone. The Philosopher's Stone creates life, it doesn't restore it." "You're very calm," Voldemort said. "I've been preparing for this since September." Harry shifted his weight slightly. "You had a plan. Get Quirrell in, use the year to find a way through the protections, get Dumbledore out, reach the stone. It's a good plan. It should have worked." He paused. "The part you didn't plan for was me." "And what," Voldemort said, with the cold interest of someone genuinely curious, "are you going to do?" "End this," Harry said. "Tonight." Quirrell moved. He moved fast, faster than Harry had anticipated, a flick of his wand that sent a binding hex across the distance at a speed that required Harry to move rather than block, and Harry moved left, ducked the second hex, and crossed the space between them in the time it took Quirrell to recalibrate. Because he had learned from Tibbet and Tibbet had learned from 30 years of thinking about magical combat that distance is the advantage of wand fighters, and anyone who takes the distance away is working against the script. He grabbed Quirrell's wand arm. The effect was immediate and devastating in a direction Harry had not expected. The moment his hand made contact with Quirrell's skin, Quirrell screamed. Harry didn't let go. He had read about this afterward, had found the mechanism explained clearly in 3 separate texts that Augusta had in the manor, about protective magic and its residue, about sacrifice and the particular kind of love that creates a ward that lives in the blood and in the skin, and he understood what was happening, but in the moment he understood it as sensation rather than theory. Quirrell's skin beneath his hand was blistering, cracking, and Voldemort was screaming from the back of Quirrell's head with a sound that was not pain so much as fury. Interesting, Harry thought, in the small clear space that existed even then, even now. "Let go." Quirrell twisted, managed to break the grip, slashed with his wand and caught Harry across the cheek, not a hex, just the edge of the wood, and then Harry's wand was up and he cast Expelliarmus at full strength, not the careful, measured strength of a first year doing a classroom exercise, but the version that had been building in him since he was 7 years old in the manor's library with light pooling around his fingers. Quirrell flew back. He hit the wall. His wand hit the ceiling. Quirrell hit the floor. He did not get up. The room was very quiet. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was moving, the red eyes open, looking at the ceiling, and there was a moment where Harry thought it was over, and then the thing that was Voldemort detached from Quirrell the way a shadow detaches from a wall when the light changes, not with drama but simply, completely, the shade of a man rising from the broken body of his host. Harry stood very still. "You cannot kill what is not alive," Voldemort said. The voice was different without a body behind it, attenuated, spread thin across the cold air. The shape of him moved through the room like smoke finding its direction. "You cannot end what is not ended. You are a child with a wand in a stone room and you think this is victory. I think," Harry said carefully, "that you're not going to get the stone tonight. I can simply walk through you. You could try." Harry held his ground. "But your body is on the floor and you've spent a year getting here and you need the stone or something like it to get a new one, and neither of those things is happening tonight." He paused. "You can walk through me. That's probably what you're going to do. But you come back without the stone and everything starts over, and next time, I'll know more." A pause. The shade moved. Harry felt it pass through him the way you feel a very cold wind, a cold that went bone deep and further, and his scar went from burning to blazing white, and he breathed in, and breathed out, and stayed standing, and let it pass through him and out the other side. The room went from cold to merely cold. The shade was gone. Quirrell was motionless on the floor. Harry stood in the last room under Hogwarts for a long moment, alone, and looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back, just his reflection, no heart's desire, no vision of what he wanted. The mirror was reflecting nothing, now. The magic in it felt different, quieter, like an instrument laid down. He reached into his pocket and found a small weight there, smooth, dense, warm. He looked down. A dark red stone sat in his palm. He closed his fingers around it and went back through the black flames. Getting back through the chambers was simpler in the direction of retreat. The potion for return was the round one at the right, he'd taken it in his other hand going in, a precaution, and the chess pieces were still in the configuration he'd left them in. The game concluded, the room passage clear. Neville was sitting where he'd fallen, back against the stone wall, with Hermione pacing a line in front of him so regular it had probably been going for some time. She stopped when the door opened. "You're alive," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "You're bleeding," she said. He touched his cheek. The cut from Quirrell's wand was not deep but it was bleeding, he hadn't noticed. "Yes," he said. She crossed the room, pulled out her wand, and fixed it with a quick healing charm that Augusta had taught them both. She'd read the same book, she'd been that efficient about preparation, and when she was done she looked him in the face with an expression that contained several things at once. "Did you get it?" she said. He opened his hand. The philosopher's stone sat in his palm, dark red and warm. Hermione looked at it. Neville looked at it. Then Neville said, "Is it over?" "Not permanently," Harry said. "He got away. He's not gone. He's still out there somewhere, not embodied, but," he paused. "But not tonight." "Tonight, yes. It's over." Neville let out a breath. Hermione sat down next to him on the floor, which was not a thing he had ever seen Hermione do in a dungeon. She simply sat, and put her hands on her knees, and looked at the stone. "Quirrell is dead," Harry said. He said it because it needed to be said, because death was not something to step over. "The contact with my skin, whatever protection is in me, from my mother," he paused. "He didn't survive it." "You didn't have a choice," Neville said. "I know." Harry looked at the stone. "I'm not," he stopped. "I know I didn't have a choice. I'm still going to think about it." "That's the right response," Hermione said, quietly. "The one that means you shouldn't stop." He looked at her. She looked at him. There was an understanding in it that he thought would take years to fully articulate, a thing that the three of them had arrived at together in the span of 1 year by being the particular kinds of people they were, and he was grateful for it in the specific, large way that gratitude lives in the body. "Come on," he said. "Let's get out of here." They came out into the third-floor corridor to find Dumbledore waiting. He was not alarmed. He was not dramatic. He was simply standing in the corridor with his half-moon spectacles and his particular quality of stillness, and he looked at Harry coming through the door with the stone in his hand, and something moved across his face that was not quite relief and not quite surprise and was mostly, Harry thought, the expression of a man who had believed something and been proven right. "Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry held out the stone. "You should have this." Dumbledore looked at it. "You know what it is." "I've known since January," Harry said. Dumbledore took the stone, and then he looked at Harry for a long moment, and Harry looked back, and the silence had something in it, not hostility, not quite trust, but something in between that was honest in the way that honest silences are. "You went in yourself," Dumbledore said. "Quirrell was moving. You'd been called away. There wasn't time to wait." Harry paused. "I told Snape I had a plan. He didn't stop me." Dumbledore looked at the stone and then at Harry. "You have a great many questions." "I have questions about the prophecy," Harry said. A pause. "How much do you know?" "I know there's one." He watched Dumbledore carefully. "I know it was the reason you left me on a doorstep. I know it's the reason my parents died. I know there's something about power he knows not, and I have a working theory about what that is." He paused. I'd like to hear it from you. Another pause, longer. Dumbledore was weighing something. I'll tell him, Neville said. Both Harry and Dumbledore looked at him. Neville was standing at Harry's shoulder, not defensive, not aggressive, just present, the way Neville always was, and his face had the particular calm of someone who has been sitting with something for a long time and has decided it's time to put it down. I know the prophecy, Neville said. Or most of it. Gran told me when I was 10. She thought I should know. He looked at Harry. It could have been me. The prophecy, it could have referred to me or to you. Voldemort chose you. Harry looked at his brother. It fits either of us, Neville said. Born as the 7th month dies, to parents who thrice defied him. Both of us. He paused. He chose you. He marked you as his equal. And, the rest of it. The power he knows not. Gran thinks it's the protection your mum left in you. I think she's right. He looked at Harry steadily. I've been sitting with that for a year. You should sit with it too, and know that it doesn't make you more or less than what you already are. Harry looked at his brother for a long moment. Then he said, Did you know when I was in there just now? Yes, Neville said. That the protection would work. I believed it, Neville said. I wasn't certain. No one was. A beat. But I've never seen you be wrong about something you'd prepared for. Harry held that. He held the weight of what Neville had just said, and what it meant, and what it cost Neville to be the one who could have been chosen and wasn't, and to have never, not once, not in 7 years, not in a single moment Harry could remember, made Harry feel like a secondary thing in the house where they both lived. We'll talk about this, Harry said. Not here. Later. I know, Neville said. We've got time. Dumbledore was watching them both with that quality of attention that Harry had always been aware of and had more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 6, The summer after the train back to London was full of the particular noise of a school year ending, the cheerful exhaustion of exams done, trunks packed, the castle receding behind them as the countryside shifted from Scottish wild to English domestic. Most of it washed over Harry without leaving much impression. He sat by the window and watched the landscape change and let the noise happen around him. Hermione had fallen asleep in the corner opposite, which was something she would deny later with the specific indignation of someone for whom public vulnerability was uncomfortable. One of her books had slid half off her lap and was held there only by the pressure of her folded arms. Neville sat beside Harry and ate his way through a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with the methodical patience he brought to everything, occasionally making a face, occasionally not, and didn't say anything, because Neville understood silence in ways that most people didn't. They'd been awarded points. Dumbledore had done it at the end-of-year feast, and it had been something. The hall had erupted, Gryffindor had won the House Cup, and Harry had sat through it with the pleasant awareness of a thing that was good but not the point, like a footnote to a more important text. He'd shaken Dumbledore's hand when required to and said something appropriate and looked at the old man's eyes while he did it and thought, We're not finished, you and I. We've got 7 years of school left and there are things you haven't told me yet and I am not going to stop asking. Dumbledore had looked back at him with something that might have been the same thought from the other direction. Then the feast had ended and the year had ended and now they were on the train, and the Philosopher's Stone was presumably on its way to being destroyed. Dumbledore had said Flamel agreed, and Harry had said that's Flamel's decision to make, and Dumbledore had looked at him with that recalibrating expression again, and Quirrell was dead and Voldemort was somewhere that was not here, and Harry was going home. He was going home. He leaned his head against the window glass and felt the train move beneath him and thought about that. Augusta met them at King's Cross. She was standing on the Muggle side of the barrier with her eagle feather hat and her best traveling cloak and the particular expression of someone who has been corresponding with their child about genuinely dangerous events for the last 3 months and has had excellent control over their reaction in every letter and is now in the process of deciding how to manage the in-person version. Harry came through the barrier and saw her and stopped. Just for a second. She looked at him with those eyes that had always seen exactly what was there rather than what she expected, and he looked back, and then she crossed the distance and put both hands on his shoulders and looked at him from arm's length with a thoroughness that suggested she was running an inventory. "The cut on your face has healed," she said. "Hermione fixed it," Harry said. "And the rest of you?" "Fine," he said. "Fine," Augusta repeated. She said it in the specific tone she used for words she considered insufficiently precise. "You went into a chamber below the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, faced a professor possessed by Lord Voldemort, recovered the Philosopher's Stone through the mirror's protection mechanism, and you are fine." "I'm fine," Harry said, steadily. She looked at him for another moment. Then she pulled him into a brief, fierce grip that lasted 3 seconds and released him, and turned to look at Neville, and the same inventory happened, and the same grip, and then she looked at Hermione, who was standing slightly to the side with her parents, who were blinking at Augusta with the expression of Muggle parents encountering an overwhelming witch for the first time. "Miss Granger," Augusta said. "Mrs. Longbottom," Hermione said, with the composure of someone who had been briefed. "Harry's letters suggest you were indispensable." "We all were," Hermione said. "It was a team effort." Augusta looked at her for 2 seconds with an assessing quality that Hermione clearly felt, because she straightened very slightly. Then Augusta said, "You'll come to the manor before summer's end. I have things to discuss with you." Hermione's eyes went wide for just a moment before she controlled it. "Of course," she said. "I'd like that." "Good." Augusta turned back to Harry. "Come. I have the car." "You drove?" "I did not drive. I hired someone to drive." "The difference matters." She was already walking toward the exit. "And I've made dinner." Mipsy wouldn't hear otherwise. Harry picked up his trunk and followed her, and Neville fell in beside him, and between the noise of King's Cross and the peculiar domesticity of Augusta directing a hired driver with the comprehensive authority of someone used to commanding considerably larger operations, Harry felt the tightness in his chest, the one he hadn't entirely registered until now, begin, carefully, to ease. The manor in summer was a completely different thing from the manor in winter. The gardens were extravagant in July, not in the cultivated way of a decorative garden but in the way of a place that had been growing for 300 years under the care of people who took plants seriously. Neville's greenhouse occupied the east end of the property and was accessible by a stone path that Harry had worn smooth over a decade of walking, and the kitchen garden produced enough that Mipsy barely needed to shop, and the old orchard at the back still had the tree Harry had fallen out of at age 6 and still bore the charm he'd accidentally put on it in the fall that made it produce apples at roughly twice the rate it should. He spent the first 3 days at home largely in the garden. Augusta let him. She was not a woman who required constant productivity from people recovering from things, and she understood the difference between rest and avoidance, and she watched him move through the garden in the long early summer evenings and said nothing about it because she was waiting for him to come to her, and she knew he would. He came on the 4th day. She was in the drawing room with her correspondence. She always had correspondence, volumes of it, the ministry and the board of governors and old family connections and various witches and wizards who sought her counsel on things they didn't want officially recorded, and he came in without knocking, which was permitted, and sat in the chair across from her desk. She finished the sentence she was writing. Set down her quill. Looked at him. "The prophecy," he said. "Yes," she said. "Tell me everything." She told him. Not the version she had told Neville at 10, which had been shaped for a child, but the full version, the precise wording, the circumstances of its making, the way Dumbledore had come to her 6 weeks after she'd taken Harry from Privet Drive and sat in this same room and explained that the child she had adopted was, in the estimation of Lord Voldemort, the one referenced in a prophecy made to him before the attack on Godric's Hollow. Harry listened. He was good at listening when he was getting something important. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches," Augusta said, from memory, because she had memorized it within the day of hearing it and had been living with it for a decade. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies," she looked at him steadily. "And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, Harry finished. Augusta paused. You've read it. I worked it out, he said. From context. From what Snape implied and what Dumbledore didn't say and what Neville told me on the train. He was quiet for a moment. Either must die at the hand of the other. Yes. That's the part Dumbledore hasn't said directly. He told me, Augusta said. I chose not to tell you until you were ready. Am I ready? She looked at him. The summer light came through the windows of the drawing room and made the room gold and warm, and her face, and it was older than the face he'd known as a small child but not different in character, the same strong features, the same clear eyes, the same expression of a woman who had decided to see things as they were and act accordingly. You went into a chamber last month and faced Voldemort without flinching, she said. I think you can handle the prophecy. I already handled it, he said. I'm handling the part where I understand what it means going forward. He paused. He has to die by my hand or I have to die by his. That is the prophecy's implication, Augusta said. Dumbledore believes it is not a guarantee but a description of conditions. That there is agency within it. He would believe that, Harry said, without unkindness. He needs to believe that in order to continue being Dumbledore. And what do you believe? He was quiet for a long moment. Outside, the garden moved in the summer wind, the old apple tree visible through the window, the greenhouse glass catching the afternoon sun in long bright flashes. I believe the prophecy describes what's likely given who we are, he said slowly. Not what's inevitable. But I also think, he paused, finding the exact words, because the exact words mattered and Augusta had always taught him that. I think that if it is inevitable, I'd rather go into it with open eyes than spend my time pretending it isn't real. He looked at her. I'm not afraid of him. I know, she said. I was nervous, he said. In the chamber. Not afraid, but, he searched for it. Aware of the stakes. The way you're aware of height when you're flying. He paused. That's not the same as afraid. No, Augusta agreed. It's not. I want to be trained properly, he said. Not just Tibet's theory, not just Hogwarts. I want to be ready for whatever comes next. Because something is coming next, he's not gone, he's just not here, and eventually he comes back and eventually we finish it. He met her eyes. I want to be ready before that happens rather than during it. Augusta looked at him for a long time. The summer light shifted. A bird said something outside, twice, and went quiet. I know someone, she said. A former Auror. She retired after the war and she's been selective about who she teaches. She was Frank's partner for 6 years. She owes me nothing, but I believe she'll agree. She paused. Her name is Amelia Fawcett. She is the most accomplished duelist I have ever watched work. Will she teach me? I'll ask. Augusta picked up her quill. I suspect, once she's met you, the question will answer itself. She looked back at her letter. Now go and have dinner. Mipsy made the lamb. Harry stood. He was at the door when she said, without looking up, Harry. He turned. You did well, she said. Precise, undecorated, exactly what she meant. In the chamber. And before it. All year. He stood in the doorway and felt the weight of that, the particular weight of Augusta's approval which was never inflationary and never withheld where unearned, and said, thank you. Don't thank me, she said. Continue doing it. He went to dinner. Neville's greenhouse on a July morning was the most peaceful place Harry knew. He went there sometimes when he wanted to think without the thinking being observed, which was a distinction that only existed in the manor, because Neville's attention was observant in ways other people's weren't. He didn't interfere, he just noticed, and knowing Neville was noticing made Harry think differently than he would have alone. The greenhouse in the early morning, before Neville was up, was genuinely private. He sat on the low bench between the mandrake trays and the hanging section where the dirigible plum seedlings grew and turned his wand over in his hands. He had been doing this for 3 days, not practicing anything specific, just sitting with his wand the way you sit with a thing that you need to understand better. The holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. He thought about Ollivander, the wand that gave you that scar. He thought about what twin cores meant, and what it would mean when, not if, when, he faced Voldemort again, and this time in a body. He thought about the protection his mother had left in his skin and whether it was a permanent thing or a thing that could be exhausted, and he thought about the chamber under Hogwarts and the moment when his hand had touched Quirrell and the screaming had started. Power he knows not. He turned it over. He had a theory, and his theories tended to be right, and this one was important enough that he wanted to be sure before he committed to it. The protection his mother had left was not just in his skin. It was in him, in the fact of it, in the ongoing reality that someone had loved him enough to die rather than stand aside, and that this love was not passive but structural, woven into whatever he was at the level where magic and person meet. It was not a spell that could be countered. It was a condition of his existence. And Voldemort, who had spent decades being feared and rarely loved, who had, as best Harry could piece together from the texts Augusta had been slowly directing him toward, spent his entire life pursuing power as a substitute for the belonging he had never had no framework for understanding this kind of protection, because you cannot understand something as a weapon if you have never experienced it as a reality. The power he knows not. Not some unknown spell. Not some undiscovered branch of magic. Just this, the particular way that love, taken seriously and acted on, becomes something that resists every dark magic that has ever been devised, because dark magic is ultimately about diminishment, about reduction, about making things less than they are, and love, real love, is the only force that consistently insists on making things more. Harry sat with this for a while. Then the greenhouse door opened and Neville came in with 2 cups of tea, which he handed to Harry with the matter-of-fact quality of someone who has been making tea for people he cares about since he was old enough to manage it reliably, and sat down on the other end of the bench. They drank tea in silence for a while. "I need to ask you something," Harry said. "I know," Neville said. "The prophecy could have been about you." "Yes." "How long have you known?" "Gran told me when I was 10, Neville said. "I said earlier." He cradled his mug in both hands. "She wanted me to know before Hogwarts. She thought it mattered that I understood the shape of it." "How did you feel about it?" "When she told you?" Neville was quiet for a moment, in the specific way he was quiet when he was going to say something true rather than easy. "Relieved," he said. "And then ashamed that I was relieved. And then, I worked through those 2 things for a while and I arrived somewhere else." "Where?" "That it wasn't up to me. Voldemort chose you. The prophecy could have pointed to either of us, but it pointed to you because he made it point to you, and whatever comes of it, the reason you're in the middle of it isn't your fault or mine." He paused. "And you're my brother. If something is coming for you, I'd rather be standing next to you when it gets here than be glad it isn't me." Harry looked at him. "I wouldn't want you in danger because of me." "I know." Neville drank his tea. "That's not the same thing as being able to stop me." "No," Harry agreed. "It's not." The mandrakes rustled in their trays. Outside the greenhouse glass, the morning light was moving across the garden, a slow deliberate warmth. "I'm going to get stronger," Harry said. "Augusta's going to arrange training with Amelia Fawcett. I want to be ready before he comes back." "I know," Neville said. "I'm going to get stronger too." "You're already stronger than you think you are." "I know that too, now." Neville set down his mug. "I didn't, at the start of the year. I do now." He looked at Harry with those steady brown eyes. "You never once let me think I was less. Even when you were better at something. You're better at plenty of things." "Different things," Neville said. "Not less things." He paused. "I want you to know that. That it mattered. Harry sat with that. He wasn't someone who deflected when people said important things. Augusta had trained that out of him too, the British tendency toward embarrassed dismissal of sincerity, and so he sat with it and let it be true. "Thank you," he said. "For the same. He stopped. For never making it about the scar. Or the prophecy. Or any of it." "You're my brother," Neville said, with the simplicity of someone for whom the sentence contains its own entire argument. It was never about any of that. They finished their tea. The morning moved on. Hermione arrived at the end of July. She came on a Wednesday, with her parents and 2 trunks of books, and Mipsy opened the door and took their coats with an efficiency that the Grangers found bewildering and Hermione found impressive, and Augusta shook hands with Mr. and Mrs. Granger with the formal courtesy she extended to all people she considered worth extending it to, which was the same thing she would have done for anyone and which the Grangers clearly didn't expect and were obviously pleased by. Hermione was given the blue guest room, which was the best one, and a tour of the library, during which she became slightly wide-eyed in a way she was clearly trying to manage, and by dinner she had recovered enough to make an observation about the arrangement of Augusta's historical section that was precise and accurate and mildly critical, and Augusta had said, "You're right, it's been bothering me for years. Help me rearrange it after dinner," and that had been the beginning of something. Harry watched this from across the dinner table with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had predicted an outcome correctly. "You knew she'd get on with Gran," Neville said, that evening, when he and Harry were on the back steps with the last of the summer light going gold across the orchard. "I suspected," Harry said. "Gran respects people who notice things she's noticed and say so directly. Most people don't say things directly to Gran. Most people are frightened of her." "Hermione isn't frightened of anyone," Neville said, with the accurate assessment of someone who had watched Hermione for a year. "Hermione is frightened of failure," Harry said. "Not people." He paused. "Which means she approaches scary things by learning them rather than avoiding them." "That sounds like you." "It sounds like both of us," Harry said. "That's why it works." Neville stretched his legs out on the steps, and the evening birds were doing their evening things in the hedges, and from inside the house they could hear, distantly, the sound of books being moved and Augusta's voice doing what her voice did when she was explaining something she found genuinely interesting, which was rare and distinctive. "We're going to be okay," Neville said. "This year," Harry agreed. "Yes. Next year. All of it." Harry looked at the orchard. The tree he'd fallen out of at 6, the one with the apple-producing charm still in it, was putting out apples at its doubled rate, summer heavy with them. He had been meaning to fix the charm for years and had never got around to it, partly because it was a good reminder of what accidental magic looked like from the outside, and partly because the apples were genuinely excellent. "He's coming back," Harry said. "I know. When he does, it's going to be worse than a year from now. He'll have more resources, more time, more," he paused. "He's not stupid. He's going to look at what happened and he's going to understand what went wrong and he's going to adjust." "So are we," Neville said. "Yes." Harry looked at his brother. "I'm going to need you." "I know," Neville said. "You've got me." "Not as backup," Harry said, and this was important, and he wanted to get it right. "Not as, the one who follows me in. As an equal partner in this. You have the same stake in it, the prophecy or no prophecy. You've got Frank and Alice at St. Mungo's. You've got," he stopped. "You've got reasons that are as real as mine. I don't want you to be here because you're my brother. I want you here because you chose it." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Then, I chose it at 5 years old," he said, "when you put my toy dragon back in my room when I left it in the garden in the rain and you were angry that I'd been careless about it but you still went and got it." He paused. "You've always been choosing me too, Harry. This was never one-sided." Harry looked at him. Neville looked back. The summer evening settled around them, warm and specific, the kind of evening that stays in memory not because anything dramatic happened but because everything in it was exactly right. Second year is going to be interesting, Harry said. Everything is interesting with you, Neville said. Is that a complaint? No, Neville said, and he was grinning. It's a fact. Dumbledore came in August. He always came in August. It had been every summer for 10 years, the same visit, the same quality of watchful pleasantness that Harry had grown up knowing was not as simple as it appeared. This August was different. This August, Harry met him in the drawing room not as a child being observed but as someone who had things to say. Dumbledore sat in the chair across the fireplace, which was cold in August, and looked at Harry with those blue eyes that were very old and very sharp, and said, "You have questions." "Several," Harry said. "Ask them." "You knew I might go in," Harry said. "You left the chambers in place, you moved the stone there in the first place, and you said things to me throughout the year that were, calibrated. Designed to give me information without directly providing it." "That's an observation," Dumbledore said. "Not yet a question. Were you guiding me toward the stone deliberately?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. This was one of the things Harry had learned about him, that he used silence not to avoid questions but to make the answer accurate, and that the accuracy of the answer mattered to him, which meant there was a core of genuine honesty underneath the layers of strategic omission. "I was watching to see what you would do," Dumbledore said. "And yes, I made certain things easier to find than they might otherwise have been." "Why?" "Because the prophecy is real," Dumbledore said, "and what it describes must eventually be faced, and I have spent years trying to determine whether you are capable of facing it." He paused. "This year answered part of that question." "Which part?" "That you have the judgment and the power and the moral clarity to do what is necessary when necessary." He paused again. "The other parts remain to be seen." Harry looked at him steadily. "I don't consent to being a test subject," he said. "I know," Dumbledore said. "I'm going to keep finding things out," Harry said. "Whether you leave them for me or not. I am not a piece you can move around the board. I am someone who has my own read on this situation and my own resources and my own people, and I will act on my own judgment when the situation requires it." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I rather gathered that." "I'm not telling you this to be difficult," Harry said. "I'm telling you because working at cross purposes to each other is stupid and wasteful. You know more than I do. I want to know what you know. And in return, I will tell you what I know and what I'm planning, and we will not work against each other, which we might if you keep treating me like a resource to be managed." He paused. "Does that seem reasonable?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long time. "You are 12 years old," Dumbledore said. "Almost 12, Harry said. "And I've already done this once." He kept his eyes steady. "That's not going to stop being true regardless of what year we're in." Another silence. Dumbledore reached up and straightened his spectacles in the way that Harry had come to recognize as something he did when he was recalibrating, when something had come out differently than planned and he was updating his model. "The Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. Harry was still. "You will hear that word eventually," Dumbledore said. "From research, from inference, from the same chain of reasoning that got you to the stone in 7 months." He paused. "A Horcrux is a vessel into which a dark witch or wizard places a portion of their soul, as a means of achieving immortality. To create one requires an act of extreme dark magic. A murder. Voldemort made one," Harry said. "He made more than one," Dumbledore said. "I do not yet know how many. I have been looking." He held Harry's gaze. "This is the larger problem. The stone was a means of restoration. Without it, he is still diminished. But while Horcruxes exist, he can't die," Harry said. "Even if his body is destroyed. He anchors to the Horcrux." He thought about the shade moving through him in the chamber, the cold that had gone bone deep. He already did that once. Yes. "So the prophecy isn't just about defeating him physically," Harry said. "It's about destroying the Horcruxes first. All of them. And then defeating him." That is my current working theory, Dumbledore said. Yes. Harry sat with that. The scale of it. The years it implied. The things it would require. I want to know everything you know about Horcruxes, he said. As you learn it. Not afterward, not when you've decided I'm ready. As you learn it. Dumbledore looked at him. You are asking me to share an ongoing investigation with a 12-year-old. You used that 12-year-old to protect the stone this year, Harry said, and there was no anger in it, just the factual weight of the thing. I think that earns me the ongoing briefing. Another very long pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. I believe it does. He straightened. There are conditions. Name them. You share the briefings with Augusta. He paused. She has a right to know what her adopted son is walking into, and she has resources and contacts that may prove useful. She also has a tendency to prevent you from doing things that are extremely inadvisable, which I consider a structural good. Done, Harry said, without hesitation. And you consult me before taking direct action on anything Horcrux-related, Dumbledore said. Not for permission. For coordination. There's a difference. There is, Harry agreed. Done. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment more. Then the old man did something unexpected. He picked up the teacup Mipsy had brought and sat back in his chair with the particular quality of someone who has just redrawn a map and is looking at the new one. You would have been the most extraordinary headmaster, he said, seemingly to himself. I'll worry about that later, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I expect you will. Augusta came into the drawing room after Dumbledore left, in the way that she often appeared in rooms after Dumbledore left them, which Harry had always suspected was a form of debrief she conducted without announcing it. He told you about the Horcruxes, she said. You knew about them, Harry said. I suspected. I have spent a decade reading everything I could find on what Voldemort actually was at the end, and the suggestion that a body's destruction does not end him keeps recurring. She poured herself tea from the pot Mipsy had refreshed. I thought it would come up this year. I wasn't certain it would be him who told you. He's adjusting his approach, Harry said. He started treating me like someone with agency rather than a piece. Good. She sat down. What did you agree to? He told her. She listened with her complete attention, which was not a passive thing but an active one. She leaned forward slightly, she tracked the details, she asked 2 clarifying questions that told him she'd already thought about most of it and was checking whether the arrangements covered what she'd thought needed covering. Coordination before action, she said. Not permission. I was clear about the distinction. Good. She looked at her tea. He is very old and very powerful and very certain that he is the most qualified person to handle this situation, and he may be right about the last part, but certainty of that kind requires monitoring. She paused. You're going to have to learn to work with him without becoming dependent on him. And without letting him become dependent on the idea of you. I know, Harry said. I'm aware of the pattern. She looked at him. And you're 12. Almost 12, he said. In September. She set down her cup. You will still do your schoolwork. I know. You will still eat and sleep and, Gran, he said, and she stopped. They looked at each other, and after a moment something shifted in her expression, not softness, exactly, because Augusta Longbottom was not made of softness, but something that was its own kind of warmth, specific to her and specific to him. I know you're not going to lose yourself in it, she said. I know. I've watched you for 11 years and I know what you are. She paused. I still worry. That is not a flaw in me. It is a function of caring about someone. I know, Harry said. I'm glad you do. He looked at her steadily. I'm going to be okay, Gran. Not because nothing bad will happen. Because I know what I'm doing and I've got people around me and I am not going into any of this unprepared. No, she said. You never do anything unprepared. She stood, with the decisive movement of someone who has finished processing a thing. Dinner in an hour. Amelia Fawcett is coming. Harry sat up. Already? I wrote to her in June. Augusta was already moving toward the door. She agreed immediately. As I said she would. She paused. She says she has heard of you. From who? From Frank, Augusta said, and the quality of her voice was very careful, the way it was always very careful when she named her son. She visits Frank and Alice sometimes. She spoke to them, she speaks to them, even now, and she always tells them things she thinks they'd want to know. She paused at the door. She told them about Harry Longbottom, the boy I adopted. She told them you got on the Quidditch team in your first year and that Dumbledore was giving you complicated sideways looks. She told them you reminded her of Frank, and she does not say that lightly. Harry looked at her. I thought you should know that, Augusta said. And then, with the efficiency of someone who has said what needed saying and is moving on, our dinner. Don't be late. She left. Harry sat in the drawing room for a while, in the summer light coming through the old windows. He thought about Frank Longbottom's hands on the St. Mungo's blanket, folded and still. He thought about Amelia Fawcett telling a man who couldn't respond about a boy she'd heard about, and the man who couldn't respond but might, maybe, somewhere understand it. He thought about the mirror in the last chamber and the image it had shown him, Augusta laughing, Neville and his plant, the suggested shapes of two people at the edge of the frame who had red hair and untidy dark hair and green eyes and who were gone and had been gone since he was 15 months old and who he carried as a fact rather than a presence, as a weight that had no grief in it now but had shaped him entirely. He thought about Privet Drive on a November night, about the cold, about being 15 months old and not knowing anything except that the cold had stopped when a woman with an eagle feather hat had lifted him off the step. He put his hands on his knees. He breathed in the summer house smell of Longbottom Manor, wood polish and old books and something growing somewhere nearby, Neville's greenhouse or the kitchen garden or the orchard with its doubled apples. You are already what you need to be, Augusta had said on the platform. You just need to learn the rest of it. He had spent 1 year learning some of it. 6 more years to learn the rest. Time enough. He was not afraid. He was not in a hurry in the way of someone who suspects they won't have time, he was in a hurry in the way of someone who finds things genuinely interesting and wants to get on with them. He was going to go to dinner in an hour and meet Amelia Fawcett, who had told Frank Longbottom about him. He was going to go back to Hogwarts in September and find out what second year had prepared for them, because something was always being prepared and the skill was in arriving at it ready. He was going to, eventually, face Voldemort properly, not in a stone chamber under a school but in the full and final way the prophecy described, and he was going to do it with Neville at his shoulder and Hermione at his back and Augusta's voice in his head and 11 years of being told, clearly and without qualification, that he was already what he needed to be. Not untouchable. Not invincible. Not without cost. But ready. And growing readier every day. He stood up. He went to find Neville to tell him that Amelia Fawcett was coming to dinner and to watch his brother's face do the thing it did when something exceeded expectation, and the manor moved around him in its old familiar way, the creaking floorboard third from the top of the east staircase, the way the light in the hall went amber in the late afternoon, the smell of Mipsy's cooking coming up from the kitchen below, and he felt, simply and completely, at home. The summer stretched out warm and long and full of things to learn. Harry Longbottom went to dinner. Chapter 7, The Whispers Begin. Second year started the way second years tend to, with the assumption that the people who had survived first year knew what they were doing now, which was partially true and mostly dangerous. Harry arrived at King's Cross on September the 1st with 3 months of training under his belt that had fundamentally changed the texture of what he was capable of. Amelia Fawcett was 61 years old, built like someone who had never stopped being an Auror even after retiring from the title, and she had spent July and August doing to Harry's dueling ability what Tibbet had done to his theoretical foundation, dismantling the parts that were impressive but imprecise and rebuilding them as something that would hold under pressure. She had also, on the third day, looked at him across the Longbottom Manor training room and said, "You're holding back. I'm not, he'd said. You are. Not on power. On commitment. She'd moved her wand in the way she had of making the motion look conversational. You hit hard and you hit accurately, but there's a pause between deciding and executing. You're still checking with yourself. Isn't that caution? At your level it's a habit that will get you killed. She hadn't said it dramatically. Just factually, the way Augusta stated things. Someone who's trying to end you doesn't pause to check. You have to be past the decision before the moment arrives. The decision gets made in practice, not in the fight. He had thought about this for 2 days, and then he had gone back to the training room and fought differently, and Amelia had hit the floor twice in the first session and stood up both times looking satisfied, which was not an expression he'd expected to see on her face. There it is, she'd said. He went back to Hogwarts differently than he'd left it. Neville had spent the summer with Amelia 2-3 days a week, focusing on a different curriculum. Magical herbology was Neville's strongest ground, but Amelia had a background in environmental magic and she and Neville had spent considerable time on what she called terrain usage, which was the particular skill of making a place itself into a tactical resource. Neville came back to Hogwarts with the same quiet confidence he'd always had, sharpened. Hermione came back having read approximately everything she could find about Horcruxes in any book that mentioned the subject without being in a restricted section, which was not much. The topic was deliberately obscured in available literature, but had also spent the summer corresponding with Harry about it and had arrived at several theoretical positions that she was methodical about presenting as working hypotheses rather than conclusions. They found each other on the platform, and the year began. The first thing Harry noticed about second year was the voice. Not immediately, not on the first day or the first week, not until late October when the castle had settled into its autumn rhythm and the novelty of new classes had become the reality of work. He was walking alone from the library on a Wednesday evening, which was one of the few times in the week he had solitude, and he heard it. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. He stopped in the middle of the corridor. The corridor was empty. The voice had come from inside the walls, not from a person, not from a painting, not from any identifiable source, but from within the stone itself, like the castle was breathing something dark. He stood very still and tracked it. Direction, down and to the left, which in the geography he'd memorized meant the dungeons and the direction of the pipes. Then it faded and was gone, and the corridor was just a corridor again, cold stone and torch shadow. He went to find Neville and Hermione. Inside the walls, Hermione said, when he described it. She was in the posture she adopted when she was thinking seriously, one hand on her book and one finger pressed against her lower lip. That would have to be something capable of moving through the castle's architecture. Something that uses the pipes or the passages. A basilisk, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. I've been reading about creatures that could survive inside a castle's infrastructure since January, he said. There are not many viable candidates for a voice that no one else seems to hear, that travels through stone walls, and that is specifically describing murder. He paused. A basilisk speaks Parseltongue. Which I can apparently understand. You speak Parseltongue? Neville said. I understand it, Harry said, with the careful precision of someone who has spent 6 weeks working out the exact nature of an ability they discovered at age 9 and have been sitting with since. Whether I speak it, he paused. I haven't tried. Hermione was already at her bag. A basilisk, she said, pulling out a book. Serpent of enormous size. Direct eye contact causes instant death. If you can hear it, she flipped pages. If it's in the pipes, it's moving through the plumbing. Which means it has a point of origin. Which means somewhere in this castle there is a chamber it comes from. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. She looked up. I've been reading about that too, he said. It's not well documented, but the broad strokes are consistent enough. Salazar Slytherin built a chamber beneath Hogwarts that contains a monster, supposedly designed to purge the school of Muggleborns. The entrance is supposed to be triggered by a Parselmouth. He paused. Which means whoever's controlling it, is a Parselmouth, Hermione said. Or has opened it with a Parselmouth somehow. She set the book down. Harry. This is, I know, he said. This is considerably more serious than the stone. I know. Someone in this school is controlling a basilisk, Hermione said, with the methodical calm of someone processing a threat by naming it precisely. A creature capable of killing everyone in this castle. Not if we find the chamber first, Harry said. How? The entrance, I'm a Parselmouth, he said. Which means I can communicate with the snake directly, if I can get close enough. Which means I might be able to find the chamber before whoever's controlling it decides to open it. He looked at them both. But I need to know more first. What it is, where it comes from, what controls it. He paused. And I need to find out who's opening it. Dumbledore, Neville said. I'm telling Dumbledore, Harry agreed. But I'm not telling him in a way that takes it out of our hands entirely. I tell him what I know, I tell him my theory, I tell him I'm investigating. We coordinate. You sound like you've been practicing that sentence, Neville said. I have, Harry said. I had all summer to think about how to handle the second year. Hermione looked at him. You expected something to go wrong in second year. I expected something to go wrong in every year, Harry said, without self-pity. It's a reasonable expectation given first year. She was quiet for a moment. Right, she said, with the air of someone rolling up their sleeves. Let's find out everything there is to know about basilisks. Gilderoy Lockhart was a problem that Harry had not anticipated. He had, in fairness, not had much warning. Lockhart's books had been on the second-year supply list and Harry had read them over the summer with the critical attention he gave everything, and had formed the assessment that Lockhart was either the most accomplished defense witch or wizard of his generation or was performing that status rather than embodying it, and the performance theory had seemed more consistent with the writing style, which had a quality of borrowed detail, confident about general principles, vague about specifics in ways that suggested he was describing things he'd observed rather than done. In person, Lockhart was dramatically worse. He swept into the defense classroom on the first day with the particular energy of someone who is in constant, active negotiation with a mirror, and gave a quiz that was entirely about himself, and Harry put down his quill after the first question, "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color?" and sat very still while he decided what to do. What he decided was, answer the quiz, say nothing, observe. He had answered turquoise for the color, which he'd noted from Lockhart's robes rather than from the textbook, and had got it right along with every other answer, which Lockhart pointed out to the class with great enthusiasm. Excellent work, Longbottom. Lockhart said, beaming in his direction. I see you've read the books thoroughly. I have, Harry said. He met Lockhart's eyes. I have some questions about Chapter 7 of Travels with Trolls. Of course. Lockhart's smile didn't shift. Ask away. The troll you describe in the Norwegian encounter, Harry said. You say you subdued it with a memory charm. But the technique you describe would produce a memory charm with a range of about 2 feet, which wouldn't reach a 12-foot troll. He paused. Could you explain the wand work in more detail? The smile went on. The eyes behind it did something complicated. Well, you see, there's a knack to it, Lockhart said. With experience, which wand movement? Harry said. Harry, Hermione said, very quietly and not at all disapprovingly. I'm asking for clarification, Harry said, which was technically true. Lockhart pivoted to a story about a different adventure and the moment passed, but Harry had what he needed, the confirmation that Lockhart could not answer a specific technical question about something he'd described doing. Which meant he hadn't done it. Which meant a year of defense against the dark arts under a fraud. Afterward, Hermione said, you can't just tell him he's a liar in class. I didn't say he was a liar, Harry said. I asked for clarification. Harry. I know, he said. I'll be more subtle. You are being subtle, she said. That's what worries me. The first attack happened on Halloween. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified in a corridor near the second-floor girls' bathroom, hanging from a torch bracket by her tail. Written on the wall in what appeared to be blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry stood in the crowd that had gathered and read the message and thought three things in rapid succession: the basilisk had moved, someone had directed it deliberately, and the bathroom was directly above the pipes he associated with the voice he'd heard. He said none of this aloud. He looked at the wall and looked at the crowd and looked at Draco Malfoy, who was near the front of the student press, and watched Malfoy's face with the attention he gave to things he needed to understand. Malfoy looked pleased. Not frightened, not surprised, not performing either of those things for an audience, genuinely, privately pleased in the way of someone hearing news they were hoping for. He said, "Enemies of the air, beware," with a quality of relish that was specific and pointed, and looked at Hermione while he said it. Harry stepped through the crowd until he was beside Malfoy, and said, "Say it again." Malfoy turned. Something moved through his expression. "What?" "The thing you just said to Granger," Harry said. His voice was very level. "Say it again." The crowd had shifted slightly, there was a quality of attention on them now, the way a crowd can redirect its focus without anyone deciding to do it. Malfoy's two companions were present, but Malfoy was looking at Harry without them, and whatever calculation he was running, he ran it in about 2 seconds. "I was just reading what was written," Malfoy said. "You were reading it at Hermione," Harry said. "Which is different." He held Malfoy's gaze. "I'll be honest with you, I don't think you're the heir of anything. I don't think you opened the chamber. But you're using someone else's threat for social leverage, and I'm telling you directly, one time, to stop." "Or what?" Malfoy said. Harry looked at him for a moment. "You haven't finished thinking about our conversation in first year," he said. "You came back to me twice over the summer, I saw you at Diagon Alley, and you didn't say anything, which means you were still working out what you wanted." He paused. "I think you'd rather not be my enemy. I think that's actually the intelligent position." He held Malfoy's eyes. "But threaten people I care about and the intelligent position stops being available." Malfoy said nothing. "Think about it," Harry said, and walked back to Neville and Hermione, and the crowd reformed around the space they'd occupied. Neville said, quietly, "You just threatened Draco Malfoy in front of 40 people." "I stated a fact," Harry said. "He's going to be a problem. He's been a problem since first year. The question is what kind." Harry looked at the message on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." He said it factually. Someone wants a specific kind of fear. They want Muggleborns terrified and the school destabilized and a particular old story told. He paused. "That's not Malfoy. Malfoy's exploiting the situation. The situation itself comes from somewhere else." "Where?" Hermione said. "That's what we're going to find out," Harry said. He told Dumbledore the next day. Not everything, he held back the detail about Parseltongue, because he wanted to understand that part himself before it became part of a larger administrative response, but the shape of it, the voice, the theory about the basilisk, the chamber, the pipes. Dumbledore listened in the way he did, which was to appear to listen while simultaneously processing an entirely different layer of implications. "You heard the voice," Dumbledore said, when Harry finished. "Yes." "Where?" "Second floor corridor. Late October. Moving downward through the walls, in the direction of the plumbing." "And your theory?" "Basilisk," Harry said. "I'll spare you the derivation, it's in my notes if you want them. The basilisk lives in a chamber accessed by a parselmouth, and someone has found a way to control it or has opened the chamber." He paused. "The attacks are targeted. Mrs. Norris was petrified, not killed. Which means whoever's doing this is controlling the basilisk precisely enough to choose the method of harm. Or the basilisk avoided direct eye contact, Dumbledore said. Also possible. Harry paused. The message on the wall was deliberate. This isn't a creature acting on instinct. Someone is directing it. Dumbledore was quiet. Who's the heir of Slytherin? Harry said. That question is more complicated than it appears, Dumbledore said. Slytherin's line is old and not straightforwardly documented. He paused. What I can tell you is that the chamber was opened once before. 50 years ago. There was an attack, and a death. A Muggle-born girl. He held Harry's gaze. The person responsible was never officially identified. But you know, Harry said. I have a strong theory, Dumbledore said. Yes. Who? Another pause. Dumbledore reached across his desk and picked up something, a small object Harry hadn't noticed, a black notebook that had the particular quality of old things that have been handled a great deal. He turned it in his hands. When the chamber was opened before, this was recovered from the scene. He set it on the desk. I have never been able to identify its original owner conclusively, but the magic in it is distinctive. Harry looked at the notebook. He did not reach for it. May I examine it? Dumbledore watched him carefully. You may look. Do not write in it. I have no intention of writing in a dark object, Harry said, with the patient precision of someone who has been briefed on this exact category of mistake. He looked at it. He didn't need to touch it, he'd been learning, with Amelia over the summer, to read the magical signature of objects from a distance, the way you read the weather from cloud formations rather than by putting your hand in the rain. The notebook's signature was dense and layered and had the particular quality of something with a second presence in it. It's a Horcrux, he said. The silence in Dumbledore's office was absolute. It's a Horcrux, Harry said again. You already knew. He looked at Dumbledore. That's the distinctive magic. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in it. He paused. And someone has it in this school. Or has given it to someone in this school. Dumbledore was looking at him with an expression that had moved past recalibration into something more fundamental. You identified that, he said, without touching it. Amelia Fawcett's curriculum included dark artifact identification at range, Harry said. It's a core Auror skill. He paused. When did you get it? 2 days ago, Dumbledore said. It was found on a first-year student who'd been using it. Which first year? Ginny Weasley, Dumbledore said, carefully. Harry thought about this. The Weasleys, Ron Weasley, who was in his year and who Harry had played chess with and who was straightforward enough that duplicity would have been obvious, had a younger sister who was a first year. Small, red-haired, had the slightly overwhelmed look of someone encountering Hogwarts for the first time. She was writing in it, Harry said. Yes. And it was writing back. Yes. So whoever owns the Horcrux, Harry stopped. He followed the chain. Someone gave it to her. Before school. Deliberately, someone put it in her possession knowing she'd use it, knowing the thing inside it would use her. He looked at Dumbledore. She's not the heir. She's a conduit. That is my assessment, Dumbledore said. The basilisk's attacks have been aimed at Muggleborns and at people near Muggleborns, Harry said. Mrs. Norris was near Hermione. Who? He stopped. Who was the second attack? Colin Creevey, Dumbledore said. Yesterday morning. Petrified on the stairs to the astronomy tower with his camera. Muggle-born, first year. Harry hadn't heard about this yet. News in a castle moved fast but not instantaneously. He filed it. Same method. Petrified, not killed. So either Ginny Weasley is controlling the basilisk well enough to choose the method, or the Horcrux's influence has not yet reached a level where the directive is to kill, Dumbledore said. It may be, testing. Building toward something. Toward what? Dumbledore looked at the black notebook. Toward a full resurrection, he said. That is what I believe the Horcrux inside that diary was attempting. Using Ginny Weasley's life force to restore the memory and eventually the body of a young Tom Riddle. He paused. I removed the diary before it could progress. So it's over. Harry said. The immediate threat from that Horcrux is neutralized, Dumbledore said. But the chamber is still open. The basilisk is still in the school. He paused. And whoever placed the diary in Ginny Weasley's possession, planted it on her deliberately, Harry said. With the intention of letting Riddle inside the diary do exactly what you just described. He let that sit. That's not just dark magic. That's attempted murder of a 12-year-old girl and everyone she might direct the basilisk at. He paused. I need to close the chamber. Harry, the basilisk is still in the school, Harry said. As long as it's there, the threat is real. We know how it moves, through the pipes. We know how it kills, eye contact. We know what controls it, Parseltongue. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I can get into the chamber. You can't. There are other Parselmouths, who would you find faster than me? He wasn't challenging, he was being literal. I'm here. I know the castle. I've been tracking the voice for a month. I can find the entrance. He paused. I want to go in with preparation and a plan rather than waiting for a third attack and going in reactive. You will not go alone, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the quality of a thing that was not negotiable. I know, Harry said. I want Fawkes. Dumbledore blinked. A phoenix, Harry said. Fire is one of the few things that works against a basilisk. And Fawkes's tears are healing. If something goes wrong, if anyone on my team gets clipped, he paused. I also want the Sorting Hat. It gave Gryffindor's founder something before. He had read about this. He'd read about everything. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long moment. You have been thinking about this since October, Dumbledore said. Since November 1st of last year, actually, Harry said. In general terms. Specifically since October. He paused. I want a week to prepare. I want to know exactly where the entrance is, I want Neville and Hermione briefed, and I want to do this on my terms rather than in a crisis. You said Neville and Hermione, Dumbledore said. Neville's coming. I've already decided that and so has he. Harry's voice was even. Hermione is going to stay at the entrance and manage extraction. She's the most capable person I know at rapid spellcasting under pressure and she knows the castle's geography as well as I do. She's not going into the chamber itself. She'll agree to that? No, Harry said. She'll argue about it and then agree to it when I explain why I actually need her at the entrance rather than wanting to protect her. Dumbledore's expression did the thing Harry had started to recognize as his version of surprised, where the surprise was real but the face only admitted it for a fraction of a second. What will you tell her? That if we don't come out in 40 minutes, I need someone I completely trust to go to you and tell you exactly what we knew and what we went in with, so that the next attempt is better informed. He paused. Which is true. It's also a reason to keep her safe, Dumbledore said. Both things are true, Harry said. That's not a contradiction. He found the entrance on Thursday. It was, as he'd suspected, in the second-floor girls' bathroom, the one that was out of service because of the ghost who haunted it, a miserable presence who appeared when he and Hermione went in to check and who turned out, on closer examination, to have been in the school during the original chamber opening 50 years ago and to have died in this very room, which cast the location in a different light. Moaning Myrtle, Hermione said, in the tone she used when she was adding something to an internal database. She died here. In this bathroom. 50 years ago. And the chamber entrance is in this bathroom, Harry said. He had located it by the same method he'd used for the protective enchantments in first year, reading the magic of a space from inside it, tracking the particular weight of old concealment. The sink. One of the taps had a small snake etched into its side that the others didn't. He crouched and looked at it. He said, in the direction of the snake, "Open." The sound that came out of his mouth was not English. He felt Hermione take a sharp breath beside him. The sink moved. The pipe below yawned open into a tunnel of cold dark. "Oh," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. He stood. He looked at the pipe. He looked at Hermione. "Saturday," he said. "The weekend. Most students will be at the Quidditch match. The corridors will be empty." "That's 4 days," Hermione said. "I know. I want 4 days." He paused. "I need you to help me with something." "What?" "I want to understand the basilisk's weakness as precisely as possible," he said. "Not just eye contact, I know that. I want to know about indirect gaze, reflected images, the exact range of the petrification effect versus the killing effect, whether there's a difference between the two types of contact that I can exploit." He paused. "Everything you can find." She pulled out a notebook, which she had on her person at most times, and started writing. "What else?" "History of the chamber. Tom Riddle's time at Hogwarts. Anything about Slytherin's bloodline in the available records." He paused. "And anything you can find about the properties of phoenixes." She was writing. "You've already thought about how you're going to do it." "I have a plan," he said. "Is it a good plan?" He thought about Amelia Fawcett, who had spent 2 months teaching him the difference between a plan that was good and a plan that was ready. "It's a plan that accounts for what I know and builds in flexibility for what I don't," he said. "Which is the best kind available?" She looked at him. Her pen was still. "Are you scared?" "Yes," he said, honestly. "In the useful way." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good. That means you'll be careful." "I'm always careful," he said. "On purpose," she said, and it was so exactly what Neville had said in first year that he laughed, and she looked startled for a moment and then laughed too, and the bathroom with its cold pipe and its miserable ghost was, briefly, not the entrance to a monster's lair but just a place where two people who trusted each other laughed because it was better than the alternative. "Friday night," Neville said, "tell me the plan." They were in the dormitory after lights out, the curtains drawn around Harry's bed, a quiet muffliato charm, which Harry had worked out from Tibbott's notes in 4th year of his education and had been refining since, keeping the conversation within the curtains. Harry told him the plan. Neville listened with his whole attention, which was always his way, and asked 3 questions, one about Fawkes, one about the sword, and one about what happened if the basilisk was bigger than any recorded size. "We adapt," Harry said. "Okay," Neville said. "What's my role specifically?" "I need you at my back," Harry said. "I go forward, you cover what I can't see. If I'm focused on the basilisk, you're watching everything else." He paused. "Your terrain work, what Amelia taught you about using the space. That chamber is going to be old stone and water and whatever Slytherin built it as. You're better at reading a space quickly than I am." "I've been thinking about that," Neville said. "If the chamber is as old as the school, there'll be things growing in it. Stone fungi, probably. Possibly some kind of algae on the water." He paused. "I can work with that." Harry looked at him. "You're going to use the chamber's own biology against the basilisk." "I'm going to use what's there," Neville said. "The way Amelia said. Terrain is a weapon if you know how to read it." "Yeah," Harry said. "Okay. Harry." Neville's voice was careful. "What's at the end of it?" "What do you mean?" "After we close the chamber. After the basilisk." Neville paused. "Voldemort. He's going to keep trying. He's going to get a body eventually. And then we have to do what the prophecy says." He held Harry's gaze in the curtain dark. "I need to know you've thought about what that means." Harry was quiet for a moment. "I have," he said. I think about it all the time. And I think the prophecy is real. And I think I'll survive it. He paused. Not because I'm certain I'll win. Because I've been built for this more thoroughly than he expects, and because I'm not doing it alone, and because the thing he doesn't understand, he stopped. The thing he doesn't know. The power. It's not a spell. It's everything Augusta built in us. It's Tibbet. It's Amelia. It's you and Hermione. It's Frank and Alice. He paused. He made himself so singular that he lost everything that makes magic work at its deepest level. He's alone. He's always been alone. And I've never been alone for one day in my life. Neville was quiet for a long moment. That's it, isn't it? Neville said. Not a question. I think so, Harry said. The power he knows not. Love, Neville said. Community, Harry said. Trust. The specific weight of actually giving a damn about the people you're fighting for, and them giving a damn back. He paused. It's not poetic. It's structural. It changes what you're willing to do and what you can survive. Neville nodded, slowly. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. Then we should sleep. Yes, Harry said. Probably. Neither of them slept for some time, but when they did they slept well, the way people sleep when they have made a decision and committed to it fully and there is no more useful anxiety to be had. Saturday morning. The castle emptied toward the Quidditch pitch in its cheerful weekend way. Harry, Neville, and Hermione went in the other direction. Fawkes had come to Harry's dormitory window that morning at 6, no message, just the phoenix, brilliant red and gold, sitting on the sill with the particular self-possession of an animal that knows its own mind. Harry had held out his arm and Fawkes had stepped onto it and made a sound that was not quite a song but was adjacent to one, and Harry had looked at the bird for a moment and said, quietly, "Thank you for coming." Fawkes had ruffled his feathers in the way that suggested the thanks were accepted but unnecessary. The sorting hat was in Dumbledore's office, where Dumbledore had left it and left the office unlocked, which was his version of coordinating their actions. Harry picked up the hat and looked at it and put it on, and the hat said, "Back again, are we?" "I need something," Harry said. "I know what you need," the hat said. "The question is whether you're ready to carry it." "I'm ready," Harry said. "You're not afraid of it?" "I'm not afraid of anything I've prepared for," Harry said. "And I've been preparing for a long time." The hat was silent for a moment. Then Harry felt something new in his hands, a weight that hadn't been there, and took the hat off and looked at what he was holding. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Silver blade with rubies in the hilt, slightly heavier than he'd expected, balanced with the feel of something made to be used rather than displayed. The blade was clean and cold. Hermione, who was waiting in the doorway, said, "Oh." "Yes," Harry said. Neville looked at the sword. He looked at Harry. He said, "Ready?" "Ready," Harry said. They went to the second-floor bathroom. The pipe dropped them into a long tunnel of slick stone and old water and the smell of something that was not quite alive and not quite dead. Harry caught himself at the bottom, Neville landed beside him, and Fawkes dropped through last and settled on Harry's shoulder with the easy confidence of a creature that has been in dark places before. They moved through the tunnel in silence, Harry in the lead with the sword, Neville at his left, Fawkes providing light in the way that a phoenix provides light, not from any deliberate magic but simply by existing, a warm red-gold glow that moved with him. The chamber was enormous. That was the first thing, the sheer scale of it, the cathedral ceiling, the columns carved into serpents, the shallow channel of water running through the middle that reflected Fawkes's glow in long rippling lines. And at the far end, visible across the length of the chamber, a great stone face, Slytherin's face, open-mouthed in the particular way of something that serves as a door. Harry looked at the serpent carvings on the columns. He said, in Parseltongue, softly, "Where are you?" And from the darkness around Slytherin's face, something moved. "Eyes closed," Harry said, and both he and Neville shut their eyes in the same instant. Harry could hear it, the vast, slow movement of something enormous, the whisper of scales on wet stone, the particular displacement of air that a body too large to move quietly made. He listened. He tracked it. He built the map of its position from sound the way Tibbet had taught him to build maps of spells from their residue, not guessing, knowing, following the logic of movement and weight and the way sound behaves in an enclosed space. Left column, 2 ahead, he said quietly, which was for Neville. Neville said, also quietly, I can hear it in the stone. The fungi on the base of the left column, a pause. The vibration changes. It's wrapping around something. The basilisk was using the column as cover. Harry turned toward it. He had the sword in his right hand. He kept his eyes closed. Fawkes, he said. The phoenix lifted off his shoulder. The sound that followed was the sound of a creature that cannot abide the song of a phoenix, not screaming, exactly, but a hissing recoil, a huge agitated movement, and Harry opened his eyes and found his eyes on the phoenix rather than the snake, and the phoenix's song was filling the chamber with light and the basilisk was rearing, confused, its terrible eyes finding nothing useful to fix on because Fawkes was too fast and too bright. Harry moved. Across the water. Past the first column. The basilisk swung toward him by sound rather than sight. It was enormous, 40 feet of ancient muscle and scale, and its blind tracking was faster than he'd expected, and he hit the floor as a coil came down where he'd been, rolled left, came up, and went at the head from the side. He did not hesitate. Amelia Fawcett's voice in his head, passed the decision before the moment arrives. He drove the sword into the roof of the basilisk's mouth on the way up. The basilisk convulsed. The coils came down. He was already moving, not fast enough, not entirely, and one of the fangs caught him across the forearm as he pulled the sword free, not a direct bite but a grazing blow, and he felt the cold of it immediately, spreading up from the wound with a purpose that was worse than pain. He kept moving. Harry. Neville's voice. I'm upright, Harry said, which was true. The cold was climbing his arm. He knew what it was, basilisk venom, which had a particular mechanism. It destroyed from the inside out, attacking blood cells, and the rate of progression gave him minutes rather than seconds, and he'd known this was a possible outcome and had prepared for it, and the preparation was, Fawkes. Fawkes, he said, and the phoenix was already there, landing on his arm, and the tears came, and the cold stopped, and the wound closed, and Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand and the basilisk dead on the floor of the chamber, and breathed in, and breathed out. You're bleeding, Neville said, from beside him. Was, Harry said. Fawkes. Neville looked at the wound, which was closing. He looked at the basilisk. He looked at Harry. He said, in the specific tone of someone who has reached the far end of an experience and needs a moment to catch up to it, that was very fast. It had to be, Harry said. You were, Neville stopped. You didn't even, pass the decision before the moment, Harry said. Amelia's rule. He looked at his brother. Are you okay? I tripped it twice with the algae, Neville said. It was already unbalanced before you went for the head. He paused. That's why you had a clean angle. I know, Harry said. I heard it slip. He looked at Neville for a moment. Good thinking. Terrain is a weapon, Neville said. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. They stood in the chamber for a moment, the phoenix glowing beside them, the dead serpent vast and still, the face of Salazar Slytherin looking down from the far end with the 1,000-year-old contempt of a man who had built this place to last and had not accounted for the possibility of 2 boys raised by Augusta Longbottom. Let's go home, Harry said. Fawkes took them up. Dumbledore was in the bathroom when they came through. He looked at them, at Harry's healed arm, at Neville's expression, at the sword, at Fawkes returning to settle on Dumbledore's shoulder, and said nothing for a moment. The basilisk is dead, Harry said. I see, Dumbledore said. The chamber is closed. I collapsed the tunnel behind us on the way out. He held out the sword. Thank you for this. Dumbledore took the sword and looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at Harry with the expression Harry had been seeing more frequently over the last year, the one that mixed something genuine with something that was still calculating, and was becoming, slowly, more of the first and less of the second. Sit down, Dumbledore said, which in a girl's bathroom was a limited proposition, but they managed. Ginny Weasley, Harry said. She is in the hospital wing, Dumbledore said. She will recover fully now that the diary's influence has been removed. He paused. She is, very shaken. And afraid that she'll be expelled. She won't be expelled, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. She won't. Who put the diary in her possession? Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I have a theory. I cannot prove it yet. Malfoy, Harry said. Another pause. Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore said. Yes. That is my theory. The diary was Tom Riddle's, a school diary, from his time as a student. Lucius obtained it through means I haven't yet determined and placed it in Ginny Weasley's possession at Diagon Alley, using it as both a weapon and a test of the Horcrux's function. He looked at Harry. He did not know we would identify it. He did not know we had any concept of a Horcrux. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy's face in the corridor by the chamber entrance, that private, pleased expression. Whether Draco had known what his father had done was a question that required more information. Whether Draco had known Ginny Weasley was being used as a vehicle for Voldemort's resurrection was a different question with a different answer. He needs to face consequences, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy. He will, Dumbledore said. The evidence will come. Harry held the old man's gaze. Make sure it does. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said. I will. He paused. Harry. You were injured. Briefly, Harry said. The venom, Fawkes, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at his phoenix with an expression that was entirely unguarded for exactly 1 second. Yes, he said, quietly. Of course. I want Amelia Fawcett informed, Harry said. She should know the training worked. He paused. And I want Augusta told directly, not in a letter. She'll want to hear it from you. I'll go today, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. He stood. Neville stood beside him. Hermione, who had waited in the bathroom with the expression of someone managing extreme anxiety through the application of disciplined stillness, looked at them both with those large, serious eyes. Done, she said. Done, Harry said. She looked at the closed pipe. She looked at Harry's healed arm. She looked at Neville. And then she did something that she almost never did in any situation that wasn't specifically appropriate. She reached out and grabbed both of them, briefly, fiercely, the grip of someone who had been waiting for 40 minutes without any guarantee that the door would open again. Right, she said, letting go and straightening her robes with great purpose. We're going to be late for lunch. We are, Neville agreed. That's unacceptable, she said, and walked to the door. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked at Harry. They followed her, and the bathroom door swung closed behind them, and the castle hummed around them in its old particular way, the creaking staircase and the moving portraits and the weight of 700 years of magic in the walls, and Harry Longbottom walked down the corridor of his school with his brother at his side and thought about what came next. More preparation. More training. More years of building what needed to be built and learning what needed to be learned. He was 12 years old and he had closed the Chamber of Secrets and killed a basilisk and stood in front of Voldemort's diary fragment while it raged and not flinched, and he was 12 years old and he had Fawcett's training in his body and Augusta's voice in his head and 2 people walking beside him who had chosen him the same way he'd chosen them. The hall opened up into the main staircase, and the noise of the castle moving around them was the noise of 1,000 people all doing the ordinary things that make up a life, and Harry walked into it and felt, as he usually did when he stopped to feel it deliberately, the complete and specific reality of being where he was supposed to be. He went to lunch. The year kept going. So did he. Chapter 8, The Shape of Fear. Third year arrived with the particular quality of a year that knows it is going to be complicated. Harry felt it on the platform, not a premonition, nothing so vague, just the accumulated intelligence of someone who had spent 2 years paying attention to patterns and who recognized that certain conditions produce certain outcomes. The Dementors on the Hogwarts Express were the first data point. The new defense professor was the second. The way Dumbledore had looked at him at the end of second year, when they discussed what was coming, had been the third. The Dementors came aboard somewhere near Birmingham. Harry felt them before he saw them, felt the change in the compartment temperature, the particular way warmth left the air not gradually but all at once, replaced by a cold that had intention behind it. And then the darkness from outside the compartment window became more than the darkness of a train moving through an overcast evening, it became a presence, and the presence moved, and the compartment door opened. The Dementor stood in the doorway and the effect was immediate and comprehensive. He heard Augusta's voice first. Then Mipsy's. Then Tibbet's. The voices came in the specific order of people he had loved learning to love him, and beneath them, quieter and older and further away, a woman screaming, not in anger but in terror, in the specific terror of someone who knows they are going to die and is trying to stop something terrible from happening to someone else. The woman's voice had red hair in it, somehow. Voices didn't have color but this one did. He stood up. The movement was deliberate. He reached into his chest, not literally, but in the way Amelia had taught him to reach for things in extremis, the way you reach past what the moment is doing to you toward the thing you intend, and he held the wand and said, clearly, expecto patronum. What came out was not a complete Patronus. It was silver and substantial and it came out like light from a cracked door, partial, shaped like movement rather than a specific form, and it hit the Dementor like wind hits a curtain, not enough to repel it entirely, but enough to make it recede, to make it drift backward, to fill the compartment with silver light that was its own answer to the cold. The Dementor retreated. The compartment door closed. Harry sat back down. His hands were shaking, not badly, not the uncontrolled shaking of someone overwhelmed, but the fine tremor of someone who had pushed hard against something large and had moved it. He breathed. Neville was looking at him. Hermione was looking at him. There was a fourth person in the compartment, a shabby-looking man who had been asleep in the corner when they'd boarded and had not been asleep during the Dementor's appearance, whose eyes were now open and whose expression was doing something complicated. That was a Patronus, the man said. A partial one, Harry said. I've never actually produced one before. I've read the theory. He pressed his fingers together, steadying the tremor. I heard something. I heard a woman's voice. That's normal, the man said. The Dementors amplify your worst memories. Force the happiest ones out in response to produce a Patronus. He was watching Harry with steady grey eyes that had the look of someone who was deeply tired and deeply present at the same time. What did you hear? Harry looked at him. A woman screaming, he said. I think it was my mother. The man was very still. Your mother. Lily Potter. Harry said it without flinching. I was 15 months old when she died. I don't have a memory of her. But the Dementor found something. He paused. Or the Patronus did. The silence in the compartment lasted for 3 seconds. Then the man said, My name is Remus Lupin. I'm your new defense against the dark arts professor. I know, Harry said. I looked up who was teaching this year. Of course you did, Lupin said, and his voice had a quality in it, something layered, something personal, that Harry filed for later. Where did you read about the Patronus charm? Advanced Defensive Enchantments and Tibbet's Unpublished Notes, Harry said. The theory is straightforward. The mechanism, using a genuine happy memory as fuel for a counterspell to depression-inducing dark creatures, makes sense structurally. The execution is harder than the theory makes it look. Most things are, Lupin said. I'd like to learn to do it properly, Harry said. The full form. Would you be willing to teach me privately? Lupin looked at him for a moment with those tired, present eyes. Yes, he said. I would. Good, Harry said. He picked up the chocolate that Lupin had produced from his coat pocket and offered around the compartment, good quality, which was interesting, and ate it, and felt the warmth return. They rode the rest of the way to Hogwarts in the particular companionable quiet of people who have shared something uncomfortable and have each, independently, decided not to make a production of it. Lupin's first class was on a boggart. Harry stood in the corridor outside the staff room with the rest of the third years and listened to the muffled thumping from inside with the alert attention of someone who knows that a boggart takes the shape of whatever the observer fears most, and was thinking, with complete practicality, about what it would show him. Not Voldemort. He wasn't afraid of Voldemort, not in the deep, shaping way that produces a boggart response. He respected the threat, he'd prepared for it, he'd looked the thing in the eye in two different forms and kept going. Voldemort was a problem, not a fear. Not dying. He didn't think. He thought about dying with the level-headed consideration Augusta had taught him to bring to difficult realities, and it was, a cost, a potential cost, the kind you had to account for, but not a thing that lived in him as terror. He thought, as they filed into the staff room, that it might be the voice. The screaming woman's voice from the Dementor's approach. The thing he hadn't let himself hear before and had heard now and had not finished processing. Neville went third. His boggart was Snape, which produced a short, startled laugh from Harry that he compressed before it escaped, and then became Snape in Augusta's clothes, which produced a more complicated feeling that was funny and not funny simultaneously. Neville turned it into something ridiculous with the ridiculous charm, and his face when he stepped back was the specific expression of someone who has just done something they weren't certain they could do. Good, Harry said, quietly. Wasn't expecting that, Neville said, equally quiet. The Snape one or the Gran one? Both. Neville paused. I'm less afraid of Snape than Gran. That's new information. Accurate information, Harry said. Gran is scarier than Snape. Objectively, Neville agreed. Harry's turn came. He stepped forward, and the boggart shifted, and what it produced was not Voldemort and not the screaming woman and not any of the things he'd prepared for. It produced Augusta. Augusta, but wrong, the same face, the same bearing, but her eyes were closed and her hands were folded and she was lying down in the particular arrangement of someone who was not resting. The eagle feather hat was on the floor beside her. The room was very quiet. Harry stood very still for exactly 3 seconds. He felt the thing the boggart was doing, the cold certainty that it was producing, the specific grief of imagining the loss of the person who had given him a life when the alternative was a doorstep, and he stood in it because he had been taught to stand in things rather than react to them, to feel the weight and then decide what to do. He raised his wand. Ridiculous, he said. The boggart Augusta sat up, looked at him with the exact expression the real Augusta used for things she found inadequate, and said, in a voice that was impressively accurate, "You're late. We have work to do." The class laughed, but Harry wasn't laughing. He was watching the boggart, which had shifted back to the collapsed form, and he said ridiculous again, and it sat up again, and he did this 4 more times because the boggart kept defaulting and he kept refusing to let it, until Lupin stepped in and redirected the boggart into the wardrobe and closed it. In the corridor afterward, Hermione said, "You wouldn't let it stay down." "No," Harry said. "Why?" "Because I know that's the thing that would hurt most," he said. "And I'd rather know it than not know it." He paused. "Also, I wasn't going to let a piece of dark magic tell me how to feel about Gran." Hermione looked at him for a moment. "You're not afraid of very many things," she said. "I'm afraid of losing people," Harry said. "Specifically the people that matter." He paused. "But that's a category of fear that motivates rather than paralyzes." "I'll take it." Lupin found him after dinner. He was in the corridor outside the library, which was where he often was in the evening, and Lupin appeared from the direction of the defense classroom with his hands in his pockets and his robes in the slightly rumpled state they were always in, and said, "Walk with me." They walked down the stone corridor, out through the side door onto the covered walkway that ran along the north face of the castle, where the evening air came in cold and clean and the grounds below were dark shapes in the October dusk. "The boggart," Lupin said. "Yes," Harry said. "You saw Augusta Longbottom?" "Yes." "Not Voldemort," Lupin said. It wasn't an accusation, it had the quality of someone confirming a theory. "No," Harry said. "Does that surprise you?" "In some people, it would mean they hadn't yet understood the scale of the threat," Lupin said. "In you," he paused. "In you I think it means you've already made peace with the threat." "I've prepared for it," Harry said. "That's different from making peace with it." "But yes, I've thought about it enough that it's not the thing that gets into my chest." He looked at the darkening grounds. "Augusta is. Because I could lose her without any ability to prevent it. She's not a threat I can train for. She's not an opponent." He paused. "She's just, the most important person. And I can't protect people I love from everything." Lupin was quiet for a moment. They walked the length of the walkway. "Your father was the same," he said. Harry glanced at him. "You knew James Potter." "We were friends," Lupin said, with the particular care of someone choosing a word that is accurate but that also contains a great deal that they're not yet ready to say. "At school. He was the best of us." A pause. "He was afraid of losing people too. He would have done anything for the people he loved." Another pause. "He did, in the end." Harry said nothing. "You're very like him in some ways," Lupin said. "And very different in others." He looked at Harry sideways. He was, less deliberate. More instinct. He would have gone into that chamber in first year without spending 2 months planning it. And he would probably have survived it, Harry said. He was very capable. "Yes," Lupin said. "But the planning doesn't diminish the capability. It augments it." He paused. "Augusta Longbottom did an extraordinary job." "She did," Harry said. "She gave me everything I needed." "Including Neville," Lupin said. "Especially Neville," Harry said. They reached the end of the walkway and stood for a moment looking out at the grounds, at the dark line of the forbidden forest and the glint of the lake. The wind had teeth in it. "You said you wanted to learn the Patronus properly," Lupin said. "Yes. Saturday morning. The defense classroom. We'll use a boggart confined to a box, which will produce the effect without the specificity." He paused. "The full form requires a memory of genuine happiness. Not something performed, something real." "I have those," Harry said. "Good." Lupin started back toward the door. "The Dementor on the train, what you produced was not nothing, Harry. Producing any Patronus at 13, under stress, without practice, is exceptional." "It wasn't a full form," Harry said. "No," Lupin agreed. "But the difference between partial and full is refinement, not foundation. The foundation is already there." He opened the door. "Saturday." "Saturday," Harry said. The third year's complication announced itself in stages, the way serious complications always do. Stage 1 was Sirius Black. The news had been on every front page in the summer. A convicted mass murderer who had escaped from Azkaban for the first time in the prison's history, considered extremely dangerous, considered the most devoted of Voldemort's servants. The wizarding world had treated the news with the particular combination of fear and fascination that it reserved for events beyond its understanding, and Dementors had been placed at every Hogwarts entrance as precaution. Harry had read everything available about Sirius Black over the summer and had arrived at 2 questions that the official account didn't quite answer. How does a man maintain the sanity to escape Azkaban after 12 years, and why, if he was Voldemort's most devoted supporter, had Voldemort's fall 12 years ago resulted in his capture rather than his disappearance along with the other Death Eaters who'd gone underground? He raised these questions with Augusta, who had looked at him with the expression she used when he'd asked something she found genuinely interesting. "What does your intuition say?" she asked. "That the official story is incomplete," he said. "Not fabricated, incomplete. Something happened around Sirius Black's arrest that wasn't fully investigated, and by the time anyone would have investigated properly, he was in Azkaban and questioning the conviction became politically inconvenient. And now he's out," Augusta said. "And coming to Hogwarts, according to Dumbledore's precautions," Harry said. "Which suggests Dumbledore thinks the target is me." "That's the Ministry's position," Augusta said. "I'm not certain it's correct." "Nor am I," Harry said. "But I can't know until I know more about what actually happened." He'd kept this thread open since September, researching in the evenings, building the picture from contemporaneous accounts rather than retrospective summaries. What he'd found was consistent with incompleteness rather than fabrication. Sirius Black had been arrested on the street, wand in hand, surrounded by a dozen dead Muggles and the body parts of Peter Pettigrew. He had been laughing. The Ministry had interpreted the laughing as the madness of someone who'd just done something monstrous. Harry had a different interpretation that he hadn't yet been able to prove. Stage 2 was the Whomping Willow. In October, during a Quidditch match, the weather broke badly enough that visibility dropped to near zero and Harry was navigating by magical sense rather than sight, and a bludger hit the right side of his broom and knocked him off angle, and he recovered but only barely, and the match was a loss for Gryffindor because he couldn't find the snitch in conditions where both seekers were essentially blind and the other seeker got lucky first. He'd played well anyway, everyone said so, including Wood, who was devastated about the loss but honest about it, but the loss bothered him not for the cup but because of what it told him about his own limits. He could not always compensate for external conditions. He filed this. What was more interesting was what happened after the match, when the team was walking back through the rain. Neville had come to watch and was beside Harry under a shared impervious charm, and they were crossing the grounds when Neville said, "Someone's watching from the edge of the forest." Harry looked without turning his head, in the way Amelia had taught him. "Left or right edge?" "Right. Under the big elm." Neville's voice was even. "Not moving. Not running. Just watching." "Animal or human?" "Human," Neville said. "Standing too still to be someone who just happens to be there." Harry kept walking, at the same pace, in the same direction. "Don't look directly," he said. "Keep moving." When they were 50 meters further on and at a different angle, "Still there?" "Gone," Neville said. "Okay," Harry said. "Sirius Black." Neville said. "Maybe," Harry said. "Or someone else." He paused. "What did they look like?" "Approximate." "Tall," Neville said. "Thin." "Long hair, or long something, it was moving in the wind." He paused. "Familiar, somehow. Which is strange, because I don't know who it could be." Harry turned this over. "What was the familiarity?" Neville was quiet for a moment. "The way they stood," he said. "Something about the posture. Like," he stopped. "Like someone you know." "Not Snape," Harry said. "No," Neville said. "Not Snape. Someone, different." He paused. "I don't know. It might be nothing." "It might be," Harry said. "But file it." "Already did," Neville said. Stage 3 was Lupin getting sick. It happened at unpredictable intervals. The professor would be absent for a day, or two, and Snape would cover the defense class in the specific way that Snape covered things he considered beneath him, which was with barely concealed hostility toward the subject matter. Harry found this patterned, the absences, they followed a lunar cycle. He found this out by accident, checking the dates against the Hogwarts almanac he had in his study collection, and when the pattern resolved it was so clear that he spent an afternoon wondering how anyone missed it. He did not miss things. He sat with the implication. Remus Lupin was a werewolf. This was a significant piece of information. It was also, he thought, information that he did not intend to share with anyone who would use it badly. He thought about the way Lupin had talked about James Potter, about the particular care in the word friends, and he thought about what it meant to be in a situation where your condition required you to disappear once a month and hope nobody noticed, and he thought about how much Lupin had trusted him in their weekly Patronus lessons, which had been quietly the best classes Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. He said nothing. He kept watching. The Patronus lessons were, as Lupin had said, refinement rather than foundation. Harry could produce the silver form consistently by the 5th lesson, not full corporeal immediately, not on the first try, but with the second casting it held as something specific, a stag. He had not chosen it, any more than you choose anything that emerges from the deepest available truth of who you are, and when Lupin saw it he went very still. A stag, Lupin said. Yes, Harry said. He could feel the weight of what Lupin wasn't saying. Was my father's animagus form a stag? Lupin looked at him. How did you? Tibbott's notes included a section on animagi. The Potter family registered their animagus forms in 1978, 4 of them. He paused. Was it 4? I've only found records of 1. 3, Lupin said, carefully. James registered his stag. There were others. Not all of them registered. Who were the others? Lupin was quiet. Sirius Black, Harry said. And Peter Pettigrew. The defense classroom was very still. You've been piecing this together for a while, Lupin said. Since the summer, Harry said. I had a lot of questions about the official account of Sirius Black's arrest that the official account didn't answer. When you said you and my father were friends, and when I identified the animagus connection, he paused. The 4 of you were at Hogwarts together. My father, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and you. Yes, Lupin said, very quietly. And Sirius Black was my father's best friend, Harry said. He was my parents' secret keeper. He watched Lupin's face. He betrayed them. That's the official account, Lupin said. But you don't believe it, Harry said. Do you? Another silence. Lupin sat down in the chair behind his desk with the heaviness of someone who has been carrying something for a long time. He stopped. I have believed it, for 12 years. Because the evidence was what the evidence was, and because I was not in a position to investigate further. I was not in a position to do anything. Because of your condition, Harry said. Not cruelly. Just factually. Lupin looked at him. You know. Yes, Harry said. Since October. I'm not going to tell anyone who would use it against you. A long pause. Your father said almost exactly the same thing, Lupin said, when he found out. When we were 13. He looked at his desk. He said it in the same tone. The tone where it's just a fact. Harry said. The tone where it's just a fact, Lupin agreed. Tell me about Sirius Black, Harry said. Not the official version. Your version. Lupin told him. Not everything, the account had gaps where the grief was too fresh even after 12 years, or where Lupin wasn't certain enough to speak precisely, but the shape of it, for boys at Hogwarts, a marauder's map and a set of nicknames, a werewolf who was loved by his friends rather than feared by them. A betrayal that should have been serious and wasn't. A different betrayal that should have been impossible and wasn't. Pettigrew, Harry said. We don't know, Lupin said. We can't know without a pensive account or a veritasium interrogated confession, Harry said. Neither of which is available. He paused. Unless Pettigrew is alive. He's dead, Lupin said. Or he transformed and escaped, Harry said. If he was an unregistered animagus, his finger was found, Lupin said. In the street. One finger, Harry said. An animagus with a small enough form could remove a finger and transform and be gone in under a minute. He watched Lupin's face. What animal? A rat, Lupin said, and the word had something in it, something that had been sitting wrong for 12 years and had just been named. His animagus form was a rat. Scabbers, Neville had said to Harry once, last year, with no significance whatsoever, Scabbers being Ron Weasley's elderly, slightly grey, missing-a-toe rat. Harry was very still. I need to tell you something, he said. He told Lupin about Scabbers. Not with drama, just factually, the available evidence, the age of the rat, well beyond what any ordinary rat would survive, the missing toe on the right front paw, the specific nervousness that Neville had occasionally commented on. He laid it out and watched Lupin's expression go from disbelief to something much more complicated. We have to be careful, Harry said. If I'm wrong, Ron Weasley's rat is not Peter Pettigrew, Lupin said. Except his voice was not as certain as the words. I don't know that, Harry said. I'm saying the evidence is worth investigating before we conclude one way or the other. He held Lupin's gaze. If Pettigrew is alive and in this castle, Sirius Black might know it. And if Sirius Black is here because he's hunting Pettigrew, then Sirius isn't the threat, Lupin said. And Pettigrew is, Harry said. An unregistered animagus with 12 years of access to wizarding families, operating as a pet, gathering intelligence on everyone who's housed him. He paused. For who? If he switched sides once, he follows strength, Lupin said, very quietly. He always did. He was afraid of Voldemort and he chose Voldemort because being afraid of someone is sometimes easier than fighting them. A pause. He would have kept doing what he'd always done. Stayed close to power. Waited. I need to speak to Sirius Black, Harry said. Lupin stared at him. You want to, he's been in this castle before, Harry said. He knows it better than most people currently in it. And if he's here to get to Pettigrew, and Pettigrew is in the school, then we have approximately one shot at this before Black reaches Pettigrew first and Pettigrew either goes back underground or, he stopped. Or transforms and goes to someone and reports that the old Marauder's map is somewhere in the castle and Remus Lupin is teaching at Hogwarts and Harry Longbottom is putting things together. You think Pettigrew would go back to Voldemort, Lupin said. I think he'd go where the power is, Harry said. And Voldemort is coming back. We've established that. He paused. Pettigrew alive and free and reporting to a re-emerging Voldemort is significantly worse than the current situation. Lupin was quiet for a long time. The defense classroom had the particular quality of a space that has held difficult conversations and absorbed them into its walls. How do you propose to speak to Sirius Black, he said. The Shrieking Shack, Harry said. That's where Black has been using as a base. The tunnel under the Whomping Willow goes there. I worked out the geography last month. He paused. It's where you used to go, on the full moon. When you were at school. He said this gently, because it was a thing Lupin had not shared and Harry was not going to pretend he hadn't deduced. Lupin looked at him for a very long time. Harry, he said, you are 13 years old. I know, Harry said. I'm also the person who closed the Chamber of Secrets at 12. Age is accurate information but it's not the only relevant variable. He paused. I need you to come with me. Into the shack. Yes. To speak to Sirius Black, who is a convicted mass murderer. Who I believe is innocent, Harry said. And who I know is my godfather. He held Lupin's eyes. He's the only living person who knew both my parents well. He was James Potter's best friend. And if he's innocent, he stopped. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years for something Pettigrew did. If that's true, I'd like to be the one who does something about it. Lupin was quiet. He looked at his desk, at the window, at Harry. The next full moon is in 3 weeks, he said. Before then. Before then, Harry said. We find Black first. We meaning, you, me, and Neville, Harry said. Hermione stays out of this one. She's been working on something else. He paused. He hadn't mentioned it to Lupin yet, Hermione's independent research, which had been running since September on a parallel track. He'd tell Lupin that part when they had more. What is Hermione working on? Lupin said. A way to give us more time, Harry said. If we need it. The shrieking shack was colder inside than it was outside, which meant enchantment rather than just age. Harry moved through it with Neville at his shoulder and Lupin behind them, and the creaking of the boards under their feet was the loudest sound in the building. They found Sirius Black in the upstairs room. He looked like the prison photograph but worse, the same dark, sunken face, the same hollow eyes, the same lank hair, and he looked like something else too, something underneath the damage that was trying to resurface. He was sitting against the wall with his knees up and his wand in his hand, and when they came through the door he stood up faster than someone who looked like that should have been able to. Remus, he said. Sirius, Lupin said. The two men looked at each other for a very long time and something passed between them that had 12 years of weight in it, and Harry stood in the doorway and watched it happen. Then Black's eyes moved to Harry, and the expression on his face was the most complicated thing Harry had seen on a human face in 13 years of paying attention to human faces. It was grief and hope and recognition and something that was very close to love all arriving at the same time, and it staggered the man visibly. He put one hand on the wall. You look like James, Sirius Black said. I know, Harry said. I've been told. But your eyes are my mother's, Harry said. Another silence. Neville moved to Harry's left, covering the angle the way he always did, not aggressively, just the natural positioning of someone who has trained with someone else long enough that their movements coordinate without discussion. You're not afraid of me, Sirius said. I'm not afraid of you, Harry said. Are you going to give me a reason to start? Black blinked. Then he made a sound that took Harry a moment to identify as a laugh, rusty, unpracticed, but real. You're Frank Longbottom's boy, he said. Then, correcting, well. Raised by Augusta's, Harry said. Yes. How is Augusta? Formidable, Harry said. Same as always. He stepped further into the room. You came here for Pettigrew. The laughter was gone. Black's eyes sharpened. Yes. He's in the school, Harry said. I believe he's been living as a rat for 12 years. I believe he's currently Ron Weasley's pet, and I believe he's been monitoring the Weasley household and the wizarding families around him for intelligence. He held Black's gaze. Tell me if I've got any of that wrong. Sirius Black stared at him. How did you work out Pettigrew was the traitor? The account of your arrest. One finger in the street, no body. A wizard who was frightened enough of Voldemort to betray James and Lily doesn't stand and fight a dozen Aurors on an open street. He transforms and runs. Harry paused. I've been building the case since September. I'm reasonably confident in the main lines. Reasonably, Black said. Confident in the main lines, Harry repeated, with careful precision. I want to hear your account before I'm certain. My account, Black said, with a quality of disbelief that was becoming something else, something that was about being seen for the first time in a very long time. My account. He looked at Lupin. He's just, like this? Pretty much always, Lupin said. James would have loved him, Black said, and his voice broke slightly on the last word and he looked at the ceiling for a moment. Tell me what happened, Harry said. Not impatiently, with genuine, complete attention. I want to understand it properly. Sirius Black slid back down the wall and told him. It took 40 minutes. Harry listened without interrupting, asking 3 questions at points where the account had gaps that needed filling, and when it was done he sat with the full picture, Pettigrew's fear, the last-minute switch of secret keepers, the street, the laughter that was grief rather than triumph, and he thought about it for 30 seconds. We need to capture Pettigrew, he said. Not just expose him. Capture him, produce him before a Wisengamot tribunal under Veritaserum, and get your conviction overturned. He looked at Sirius. Can you identify the rat with certainty? I can, Black said. Then we need to get you to the school without the Dementors catching you and get you to Ron Weasley and the rat in a controlled environment. He turned to Lupin. The Marauder's map. Lupin blinked. How do you? I found it in Fred and George Weasley's possession and identified it by the magical signature, Harry said. I've been using it intermittently since the start of term. I didn't take it, I borrowed it without asking, which I'll admit to later, but right now it's useful. He looked at Lupin steadily. The map shows everyone in the castle. Including where Pettigrew is. If I can tell you his location, can you confirm it's him at a distance? With the right spell, yes, Lupin said. An Animagus Revealer, the charm will disclose the human form even in animal state if I have a known magical signature to match against. You have his magical signature? Harry said. We spent 7 years making mischief together, Lupin said, with something that was not quite a smile. Yes, I have his signature. Harry turned to Neville. Thoughts? Neville had been standing in the corner being quiet, which was what Neville did when he was thinking seriously. 3 problems, he said, ticking them off with the calm of someone who has organized his assessment. Getting Sirius into the castle without setting off the Dementor perimeter. Getting Ron Weasley and the rat into the same room without Pettigrew realizing what's happening and running. And doing this before Pettigrew figures out we know. He paused. Which he might, if he's intelligent and he's been watching. He'll know something's different when Sirius stopped trying to get to him directly, Harry said. He'll be nervous. We need to move quickly. He thought. The Patronus charm can repel Dementors. If Sirius goes in as a dog, I can produce enough of a Patronus to get him through the perimeter, Harry said. Fawkes might help, a Phoenix drives Dementors back effectively, I checked the texts. He paused. Sirius in his Animagus form accompanied by a Patronus and a Phoenix. The Dementors might not react to a large black dog if they're occupied. Black looked at Harry. You've thought about this, he said. I've had 30 seconds, Harry said. This is the rough outline. He looked at Sirius steadily. Do you trust me? The man who had been in Azkaban for 12 years for something he didn't do looked at his best friend's son who had been raised by someone else and who had the best friend's face and the dead wife's eyes and who had walked into the shrieking shack and worked it all out from the primary sources, and said, yes. Then let me work out the details and I'll come back, Harry said. 2 nights from now. Can you stay hidden until then? I've been hidden since September, Black said. Good. Harry turned to Lupin. I need the Revealer spell. And I need you to be available at the right moment. He looked at his professor. Can you do this without reporting it to Dumbledore first? Lupin was quiet. He should know, he will know, Harry said. After. When it's done and Pettigrew is in custody and there's no way for the Ministry to sweep it under the political rug. He held Lupin's eyes. If we go to Dumbledore first, it becomes a Ministry operation, and the Ministry doesn't want to admit they imprisoned the wrong man. They'll find a way to make the evidence inconvenient. He paused. I need Pettigrew in front of a Wisengamot tribunal with no warning and no time for political maneuvering. That only works if it's done first and reported after. Lupin looked at him for a very long time. This is extremely irregular, he said. I know, Harry said. It might cost me my position here. It might, Harry said. I'd argue you'd be giving up the position to do something considerably more important, but I recognize that's easier for me to argue than for you to accept. Another long silence. 2 nights, Lupin said. And then we're doing this your way. Thank you, Harry said. They left Sirius Black in the shrieking shack and walked back through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, and when they emerged into the cool October night Neville said, very quietly, you just organized a prison break. The man was never fairly imprisoned, Harry said. You organized the reversal of an unjust imprisonment, Neville said, with the precision of someone who is choosing his words carefully. While telling a ministry-registered dark creature to withhold information from the headmaster of Hogwarts. When you put it like that, Harry said. I'm not criticizing, Neville said. I'm documenting. Gran's going to want the full account. She's going to be furious, Harry said. Then pleased, Neville said. In that order, Harry agreed. They walked back to the castle in the autumn dark, and Neville said, the rat has been in the Weasley family for 12 years. Yes, Harry said. All that time, Neville said, quietly. Yes, Harry said. Neville paused. That's very cold. It is, Harry said. Peter Pettigrew is very cold. He looked at the castle above them, at the lit windows and the warm shape of it against the October sky. He made himself small and harmless and very, very patient, and he waited to see which way things went. He paused. And we're going to end that. Good, Neville said, with the simple conviction of someone who knows the difference between complicated and wrong. They went back inside. The capture of Peter Pettigrew happened 2 nights later in the way that things Harry planned tended to happen, with the rough shape of the plan intact and the details improvised around the specific reality of what actually occurred. What actually occurred was that Pettigrew, who was more intelligent than anyone had given him credit for, had noticed something was different. He tried to run. He did not make it. Harry had the Marauder's map. He had the map, and he had the animagus revealer that Lupin had taught him in 4 minutes in the corridor, and he had Neville covering the exits and Hermione, who had refused, with total decisiveness, to be left out of the part where Pettigrew was caught, on the eastern side of the common room. The rat transformed under the revealer spell and Pettigrew was there, small and sweating and grey and looking in every direction at once for the exit he'd already lost. Peter, Lupin said, from the doorway. The man said nothing. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just correctly identified the greatest threat in a room and is calculating whether he can talk his way past it. You can't, Harry said, which answered the question Pettigrew hadn't asked aloud. You don't understand, Pettigrew started. You switched the secret keeper from Sirius to yourself and then you gave Voldemort the Potter's location and then you went into the street and created a scene and cut off your own finger and transformed, Harry said. What part of that don't I understand? Pettigrew's face did several things. Voldemort is not here right now, Harry said. The people who are here are me and Neville Longbottom, whose parents you know, and Remus Lupin, who is your friend, and Hermione Granger, who is frankly the most frightening person in this room despite being 14. He paused. You are going to come with us quietly, because the alternative is that I stun you and take you quietly, and I'd rather you had the dignity of walking. Pettigrew looked at Harry for a long moment. He was calculating, Harry could see the calculation, the assessment of options. Then he looked at Neville, and something in what he saw there ended the calculation. Fine, Pettigrew said. They walked him to Dumbledore's office. Augusta received the letter 3 days later, when the Ministry had taken possession of Pettigrew, when Sirius Black had been transported under Dumbledore's personal guarantee to a holding facility for emergency Wisengamot review, and when the school had settled back into its ordinary noise. The letter said, all things considered, you handled it correctly. I am simultaneously proud and furious, which you will appreciate is the most useful state I can be in. Sirius Black will be a free man within the month, if Amelia Bones has anything to say about it. She always does. I will tell you everything else in person. Come home for Christmas. Harry read it twice. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He went down to the common room where Neville was in his chair and Hermione was in hers and Sirius's expression in the shrieking shack, the 12 years of it, the grief and hope and recognition arriving all at once, was still in his head. Gran's pleased, he said. And furious? Neville said. Simultaneously, Harry said. The good kind, Neville said. Always, Harry agreed. He sat down. Outside the common room windows the grounds were dark and the year still had months in it, and the Patronus on Saturday had been a stag in Lupin's face when he'd seen it was still sitting somewhere inside Harry, warm and specific. Tomorrow's problems were tomorrow's. Tonight he had a fire and a chair and two people who had walked into every strange and complicated corner of things with him since they were 11 and had never once suggested they'd rather be somewhere else. He put his feet up. He opened his book. The year kept going. So did they.